Geological catastrophes are not just destructive events that shake the planet. They are moments when Earth demonstrates its power and majesty, and at the same time, they serve as catalysts for new forms of life and landscapes. Over billions of years of its existence, our planet has experienced numerous such catastrophes, which typically occur on timescales beyond human perception. For instance, geologists assert that in the last 2 billion years, Earth has undergone many changes due to volcanic activity, tectonic processes, and climate changes. The energy released during the collision of tectonic plates creates mountain ranges, while large volcanic eruptions form new lands, as seen with the islands created by volcanic activity, such as the Hawaiian Islands. These processes may seem catastrophic, but on the scale of geological time, they are natural and necessary for the planet's evolution. Ancient oceans that existed millions of years ago would disappear and reappear, altering the composition of the atmosphere and creating conditions for the emergence of new ecosystems. Geologists like Dr. John Dallas study these changes and assert that each geological catastrophe, whether it be a meteorite impact or a supervolcanic eruption, leaves behind unique geological formations that serve as evidence of the processes that occurred on Earth. For example, sedimentary layers formed as a result of floods or tsunamis can contain fossils, allowing scientists to reconstruct the picture of life in past epochs. These layers can be compressed and transformed into fossils that preserve information about ancient ecosystems, enabling us to study how life adapted to changes in the environment. It is important to note that amidst these catastrophes, the slow pace of geological time creates an impression of how Earth recovers from destructive events. For instance, after the largest mass extinction in Earth's history, which occurred around 250 million years ago and resulted in the disappearance of more than 90% of all species, Earth was able to recover and evolve, giving rise to new forms of life such as dinosaurs. These long-term processes show that even the most catastrophic events can serve as the foundation for a new beginning. Thus, catastrophes on Earth do not just destroy, they also create new conditions for life, leading to the emergence of new ecosystems and species. Contemporary scientists continue to investigate the impact of geological catastrophes on biological diversity, and their research shows that Earth, despite its destructive forces, has an extraordinary ability to recover and adapt. It is like a phoenix rising from the ashes, making it truly unique in our solar system. In particular, one such example is the uplift of mountain systems like the Himalayas, which were formed as a result of the collision of the Indian and Eurasian tectonic plates around 50 million years ago, also influencing the climate conditions in the region. These processes occur slowly, but their impact on life on Earth is immense. Over millions of years, the planet has experienced cycles of glaciation and warming, which have not only altered the landscape but also the distribution of species. Each such cycle leaves its mark in the geological record, and researchers like Professor Mary Richardson study sedimentary rocks to understand how climate changes have influenced past ecosystems. Therefore, geological catastrophes are not just destructions. They are part of a broader picture in which each event and each change is a step in the evolution of our planet. Earth, with its own rhythms and cycles, is the stage on which the drama of life unfolds, and each catastrophe is but a moment in the endless flow of time that continues to pass. At the very beginning, around 14 billion years ago, a gas-dust cloud emerged in the cosmos, composed of hydrogen, helium, and heavier elements created in the cores of previous stars. This cloud began to contract under the influence of gravity. Gradually, its particles started to collide, forming larger aggregations of matter that eventually transformed into a protoplanetary disk. This process took millions of years, and during this time, the temperature inside the cloud reached extraordinary values, on the order of several thousand degrees Celsius. Each time particles collided, they released enormous amounts of energy, creating a sweltering atmosphere around the future Earth. As a result of constant collisions of small bodies, such as asteroids and comets, mass accumulated, and one of these protoplanets, located in what is known as the habitable zone, began to take shape. During its formation, approximately around 4.5 billion years ago, the future Earth was a molten sphere consisting of molten magma, where constant chemical reactions were taking place. Its surface was devoid of anything but boiling lava and toxic gases, and its atmosphere was composed of carbon dioxide, water vapor, and ammonia, making it extremely inhospitable for life. Gradually, as the planet's mass increased, its gravitational field strengthened, attracting more material. This process continued until a core composed of iron and nickel was formed, surrounded by a mantle of silicate rocks. As a result of this primary formation, gases began to rise to the surface, forming the primary atmosphere, and powerful volcanic eruptions created new lands. The sensation of incredible heat, constant collisions, and chaos was overwhelming, but it was in this primordial disorder that the foundations of order were laid, which we now observe. Soon, due to cooling and condensation of water vapor, rains began forming the first oceans. These oceans became the cradle of the first simple organisms, leading to further development of life on the planet. Each stage of this formation was filled with power, passion, and dynamism, resulting in the creation of a unique planet that would eventually become home to millions of species of life. During the formation of Earth, its surface cooled, and in its atmosphere, chemical reactions began, which became the basis for the formation of organic molecules necessary for life. Due to the intense thermal impact resulting from radioactive decay and collisions with other celestial bodies, the molten surface of Earth remained in a liquid state for millions of years. During this time, the surface temperature exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius, and the entire planet was covered with oceans of molten magma. Gradually, as a result of cooling, this molten layer began to form the primary crust of Earth. Initially, the crust was thin, fragile, and porous, consisting mainly of silicates and aluminosilicates. Over approximately 800 million years, starting from 4 billion years ago, continuous cooling allowed the crust to gradually thicken. However, beneath it, the internal forces of the planet manifested as volcanic activity and tectonic processes, which often tore this initial crust apart. As a result of earthquakes and volcanoes, the crust frequently cracked, creating new land areas and releasing magma to the surface. Around 3 billion years ago, the process of continent formation began, when parts of the primary crust started to rise and form more stable structures. Nevertheless, some of this crust remained subject to erosion and destruction, giving it a sense of fragility. At night, when the surface temperature dropped, the crust stopped glowing with a molten light. This was the moment when Earth descended into darkness and its surface became cold enough to no longer emit a bright light. This process of cooling and crust formation created conditions in which life could begin. The initial crust served as the foundation for the development of future ecosystems, ultimately leading to the emergence of complex forms of life. The first continents were small and scattered, while the oceans surrounding them washed over the fragile formations. These processes occurred against the backdrop of constant climate change and sea level fluctuations, creating unique conditions for the development of the first living organisms. Changes in the composition of the atmosphere, driven by volcanic activity, contributed to the formation of the first oceans, which in turn created conditions for the emergence of simple life forms. Proto-Earth, with dimensions approximately 1.5 times larger than those of modern Earth, and the planet Theia, slightly smaller in size, began their slow and majestic dance about 4.5 billion years ago. These two celestial bodies moved towards each other along their orbits within the growing solar disk, composed of dust and gas. Their approach lasted millions of years, and at a certain point their orbits intersected. The collision that occurred was catastrophic, yet its scale is staggering. The speed at which these two celestial bodies collided reached 100 kilometers per hour. At the moment of impact when Theia struck proto-Earth, a powerful shock wave was generated, expelling a vast amount of material into space. According to scientists' estimates, approximately 30% of the mass of the colliding planets was ejected into orbital space. This material, consisting of molten rock and iron, began to rotate around Earth, forming a disk of debris that gradually cooled and coalesced into a single entity. This process of lunar formation took approximately several tens of millions of years, during which particles began to aggregate under the influence of gravity, creating larger objects until our moon was formed. This grand spectacle, reminiscent of a cosmic ballet, unfolded against the backdrop of the emerging landscapes of Earth, which were already beginning to take shape. Research conducted by a team of scientists led by Dr. David Kruer in 2012 showed that the debris resulting from the collision could have contained a significant amount of water, which subsequently influenced the development of life on Earth. Astronomers such as Dr. Matthew Kendall from the University of Cambridge assert that this hypothetical theory of a collision explains why the Moon has such a low density compared to Earth. It is composed mainly of materials that do not contain iron, which formed as a result of melting and subsequent cooling. Thus we see how this cosmic collision, despite its destructive nature, became the basis for the formation not only of the Moon, but also of the conditions necessary for the emergence of life on Earth. The volume of materials ejected into space amounted to approximately 11 trillion tons, which subsequently contributed to the formation of craters and mountain systems on the Moon. Tectonic movements caused by the collision also influenced the formation of the first continents on Earth. As a result of a colossal collision that occurred approximately 4.5 billion years ago, particles ejected into space began to slowly coalesce into a single entity, forming our Moon. About 80% of the ejected material consisted of silicon, oxygen, magnesium, and iron, which served as the foundation for the formation of the Moon. Over the first few million years following the collision, particles orbiting the Earth began to unite under the influence of gravitational forces. This process, known as accretion, led to the formation of a proto-lunar body that gradually increased in size, reaching a diameter of approximately 3,000 kilometers, which is roughly 1/4 of the Earth's diameter. Gradually, over approximately 100 million years, this proto-lunar disk became denser and coalesced into a single body. At this stage, the Moon was still hot, and its surface was a molten mass, but as it cooled, a solid crust formed. The formation of the Moon had a significant impact on Earth, as its gravitational pull began to regulate the tides in the oceans, which in turn contributed to the emergence of the first forms of life on the planet. The Moon not only maintains a stable climate on Earth, but also influences its rotation speed, which in turn slows down the day on the planet. According to scientists, this slowing down causes the length of the day on Earth to increase by approximately 1.7 milliseconds every 100 years. This, in turn, provides more stable conditions for life on Earth. Additionally, the Moon had a direct impact on geological processes such as volcanism, which also contributed to the formation of the atmosphere and climatic conditions necessary for life. Currently, the Moon is located approximately 380,000 kilometers from Earth and is moving away from it at a rate of about 3.5 centimeters per year. This process, although slow, will eventually change the dynamics of the interaction between Earth and the Moon. The Moon, as a faithful companion, will continue to influence our planet for billions of years, remaining a constant observer of its changes and development. In its early stages of existence, Earth was subjected to intense bombardments by comets and asteroids, which crashed into its surface with tremendous force. These impacts occurred in a state of chaos as the planet was still forming, and each collision contributed to its appearance. Imagine a young Earth acting like a giant magnet, attracting cosmic bodies, while its surface sparkled with constant explosions as meteors hit it. creating craters and mountain ranges. These events not only destroyed existing landscapes but also facilitated the formation of new ones. Each impact, like an artist with a brush, drew new contours on the canvas of the planet, forming oceans, mountains, and plains. These processes took place over millions of years, and the intensity of the bombardments was such that even the most powerful volcanoes could not compete with the destructive power of the cosmic objects. Each meteor entering the atmosphere and burning the air around it caused light flashes visible from great distances. As a result of these collisions, enormous amounts of energy were released which could melt rock and create new magma formations. During this period, primary oceans formed as steam released into the atmosphere by impacts condensed and filled the depressions on the surface. These oceans became the first homes for simple life forms that emerged on Earth in conditions where the planet was still suffering from constant destruction. Impacts, seemingly causing catastrophes, also created conditions for the development of new ecosystems. Each meteor that fell on Earth left behind not only craters but also an abundance of minerals that would later form the basis for the development of life. Volcanic activity triggered by impacts contributed to the formation of new continents that slowly rose from the ocean. This period was a time of incredible change, with no stable place on the planet and everything around it in a state of constant transformation. These catastrophic events were not just destructions but also catalysts for change that ultimately led to the creation of diverse landscapes. Some places became deserts, others green oases. Scientific research shows that as a result of this process, important resources such as coal and oil were formed, which today play a central role in the economy of our civilization. Each of these stages of planet formation became the basis for future biological and geological changes. Impacts from space continued to influence the climate, atmosphere, and even tectonic processes, contributing to the emergence of diverse ecosystems. As a result of these cosmic collisions, Earth became a unique environment where life not only originated but also developed into the diversity we observe today. Complex interactions between geological processes and biological activity shaped the planet, which ultimately became a home for millions of species. Today, Earth is not just a planet. It is the result of billions of years of continuous development stemming from the first powerful impacts from space. On the earliest Earth, the atmosphere was completely different from what we can imagine today. It consisted mainly of heavy gases such as carbon dioxide, ammonia, and methane. Oxygen, as we know it, did not exist. This created conditions in which life, similar to ours, was impossible. The reddish sky, filled with electrical discharges, formed a terrifying and alien landscape. Scientists suggest that this color of the sky was a result of the reflection of sunlight by particles of dust and gases in the atmosphere. At that time, about 4 billion years ago, the surface of the Earth was hot and turbulent, covered with volcanoes that spewed lava and toxic gases. These volcanoes, such as Kilauea on Hawaii, continued to shape the landscape, releasing clouds of toxic substances into the atmosphere. Electrical discharges in the atmosphere may have occurred due to frequent thunderstorms caused by temperature fluctuations and high humidity. This created ideal conditions for the formation of primary organic molecules necessary for the emergence of life. In such conditions, as indicated by a study conducted in 2018 by a group of scientists led by Dr. Ashley Campbell, the first amino acids, precursors of proteins, could have emerged. At that time, Earth was not just a dead planet, but an active laboratory where the foundations of future life were laid. However, this atmosphere was extremely hostile to any forms of life that might have emerged. Volcanic eruptions produced toxic smog that filled the air, adding to the already harmful conditions. The temperature on the surface could reach 150 degrees Celsius, and the oceans were filled with heavy metals and various acids, such as sulfuric and hydrochloric. This situation left little chance for the existence of even the simplest organisms. Scientific experiments show that in such conditions, molecules could combine, but life as we know it was still far from its realization. Scientists study meteorites, such as the Martian meteorite, to understand how conditions on Earth could have contributed to the synthesis of organic compounds. As a result of such research, it was established that on early Earth not only were molecules formed, but complex chemical evolution also took place, which in the future could lead to the appearance of life. This world, filled with electrical discharges and toxic gases, became the basis for future changes that would lead to the appearance of an atmosphere conducive to life. On the early Earth, about 4 billion years ago, the process of forming primary oceans was underway, significantly shaping the planet's subsequent evolution. The hydrology of this era was influenced by water brought by comets and asteroids, filling in low-lying areas created by tectonic processes. Research indicates that at the time, comets containing up to 70% ice collided with Earth, bringing not only water but also various chemical elements. These celestial bodies introduced water vapor into the planet's atmosphere, which then, upon cooling, formed rains that filled the resulting depressions. Primary water had a murky hue, often greenish or brownish, indicating high concentrations of dissolved minerals and organic compounds. For instance, scientists from the University of California found that this water contained elements such as sodium, calcium, magnesium, and sulfur compounds, which later became the foundation for biochemical processes. These mineral substances created a rich environment saturated with chemical compounds, which in turn facilitated the formation of the first simple organic molecules. Thermal springs played a crucial role in this process, releasing minerals directly into the ocean. For example, on the ocean floor, black smokers formed, expelling hot solutions containing hydrogen sulfide and iron, creating conditions for chemical reactions necessary for the synthesis of organic compounds. Around 3.5 billion years ago, as a result of these processes, simple life forms such as bacteria and archaea began to emerge, colonizing new niches in these primary oceans. Water penetrating into rocks dissolved minerals and transported them into the ocean, forming complex ecosystems. For example, in the newly formed ecosystems, there were already present microbial mats that, using solar energy, began to synthesize organic compounds, which later became the basis for paleobiochemical processes. Research shows that it was in such mineral-rich and chemically saturated environments that the first molecules capable of self-replication emerged, marking an important step towards the appearance of life on Earth. Primary oceans, rich in substances such as amino acids and nucleotides, provided an ideal environment for the occurrence of complex biochemical reactions, ultimately leading to the development of multicellular organisms. The Earth's crust is divided into mobile sections known as tectonic plates, which slowly drift across the planet's surface, moving several centimeters per year. This process, known as plate tectonics, is linked to the movement of magma in the Earth's mantle, where temperatures can reach over 1,000 degrees Celsius, creating conditions for convective flows. These flows lift and lower sections of the crust, leading to its continuous reshaping. Tectonic plates can be either continental or oceanic, and their interaction results in the formation of mountain ranges, oceans, and earthquakes. One example of such interaction is the process of subduction, where one plate descends beneath another, causing strong earthquakes and the formation of deep oceanic trenches. Compared to human timescales, plate movement is slow, but over millions of years, it leads to significant changes on the Earth's surface. For instance, when plates collide, they can create mountain ranges, as happened with the Himalayas, which formed due to the collision of the Indian and Eurasian plates about 40 million years ago. These changes in the Earth's crust not only shape the landscape but also influence climate conditions and ecosystems, such as volcanic activity, which can lead to the formation of new islands and changes in the landscape. Scientific research shows that plate tectonics plays a key role in the carbon cycle, helping to regulate carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, through volcanic activity and weathering of rocks. This constant dynamism creates a diversity of landscapes and climates, which in turn influences the evolution of living organisms. There are even models suggesting that cycles of tectonic processes can take millions of years, highlighting their long-term impact on planetary scales. Observations of plate movement show that some areas, such as the East African Rift System, demonstrate active plate separation, which could lead to the formation of new oceans in several million years. This slow but inexorable transformation of the Earth's surface is an integral part of geological processes that have shaped our planet over billions of years. Plate tectonics serves as the foundation for understanding not only geology but also biology, as changes in topography and climate directly affect the distribution of species and ecosystems. The principles of plate tectonics were first formulated in the mid-20th century when scientists such as Alfred Wegener began to develop the theory of continental drift, based on the matching of geological structures and fossils on different continents. This theory was later supplemented by more modern research, such as the analysis of magnetic anomalies on the ocean floor, which confirmed that tectonic plates indeed move. As a result, plate tectonics not only explains how mountains and oceans are formed, but also reveals the complex interconnections between geological processes and life on Earth, making it one of the central themes in the study of our planet. Subduction occurs when one tectonic plate slowly descends beneath another, returning to the Earth's mantle. This process begins when the denser and heavier oceanic crust collides with the lighter continental crust. For example, the Nazca Plate finds its way beneath a lighter continental plate like the South American Plate. Over millions of years, this plate moves slowly, descending to depths of tens of kilometers. During this process, immense tension builds up between the plates as they move in the same direction but at different speeds and angles. This tension can accumulate over centuries, creating potentially destructive conditions for earthquakes. When the tension exceeds the strength of the rock, there is a sudden release of energy resulting in earthquakes. For instance, in 2000, a magnitude 9 earthquake in Chile was caused by subduction. During this movement, as one plate descends into the mantle, part of its material may melt, leading to the formation of magma. This magma rises to the surface, causing volcanic activity. Subduction zones, such as the Pacific Ring of Fire, are areas where the most active volcanoes and frequent earthquakes are concentrated. For example, the Cotopaxi volcano in Ecuador is a result of the Nazca Plate subducting beneath the South American Plate. The pressure in these zones can reach critical levels, also leading to the formation of underwater mountain ranges and deep-sea trenches, such as the Mariana Trench, which is approximately 11 kilometers deep. These geological processes demonstrate how powerful forces within the Earth shape its surface and cause catastrophic events that can impact life on the surface. For example, the eruption of the Pinatubo volcano in the Philippines in 1991 caused global climate changes, lowering average temperatures on the planet. The tension that builds up in subduction zones is one of the key factors that highlights the dynamism and changeability of our planet. Spreading of the oceanic floor is a process that occurs at the boundaries of tectonic plates, where magma rises from the mantle through fractures in the ocean floor, creating new crust. This mechanism is active in various places, such as the Mid-Atlantic Ridge, which stretches over more than 60,000 kilometers across the floor of the Atlantic Ocean. In this region, where plates are moving apart, magma, in a molten state, rises to the surface, where it cools and forms new oceanic crust. The temperature of the magma can reach over 1,200 degrees Celsius when it reaches open water. This process not only creates new land areas but also contributes to the formation of underwater volcanoes, such as the volcano Hekla in Iceland, which is a result of spreading and active volcanism. Each year, approximately 15 square kilometers of new crust form on the Mid-Atlantic Ridge. As the plates continue to move apart, continents slowly shift, which in the long term can lead to the formation of new oceans and changes in the positions of continents. For example, over the last 100 million years, the Atlantic Ocean has expanded by more than 3,000 kilometers, as confirmed by geological research and seismic observations. At a depth of around 3,000 meters below the ocean surface, where absolute darkness reigns, new mountain formations are created from solid magma, forming underwater mountain ranges such as the Rift Ridge, where active volcanic activity occurs. These underwater volcanoes can eject not only lava but also gases such as sulfur, creating unique ecosystems around hydrothermal vents on the ocean floor, where organisms that do not depend on sunlight live. Such ecosystems include tube worms and bacteria that use sulfur for their existence, demonstrating the adaptation of life to extreme conditions. The process of oceanic floor spreading also causes seismic activity, as the movement of plates can lead to earthquakes that are recorded by seismometers around the world. For example, in 1989, a strong earthquake occurred in the San Francisco area, resulting in the displacement of plates and the destruction of many buildings. Thus, the spreading of the oceanic floor not only creates new land areas, but also significantly contributes to the dynamics of the Earth's crust and the formation of natural disasters. Scientific research in this field continues, and each new discovery helps to better understand how our planet is formed. It is important to note that spreading occurs unevenly, and its speed can vary from several millimeters to several centimeters per year, depending on geological conditions and the activity of underwater volcanoes. Supercontinents are massive landmasses that form as a result of tectonic activity when continents gradually merge into a single entity and then break apart again. This process occurs over hundreds of millions of years, and its cycles are a significant aspect of Earth's geological history. For instance, each cycle of merging and breaking apart affects the climate conditions on the planet. When continents unite, they can create vast continental areas, leading to changes in weather patterns, reduced humidity, and the formation of large deserts. Conversely, the breakup of supercontinents creates new ocean basins, influencing the circulation of ocean currents. These currents, in turn, regulate climate in various regions, such as the Gulf Stream, which brings warmth to northern latitudes, being formed due to the interaction between continents and seas. The evolution of life is also closely tied to these processes. When supercontinents break apart, it creates isolation of different ecosystems, fostering the development of unique organisms as they adapt to new conditions. For example, during the time when Gondwana began to break apart, continents separated, leading to the formation of various ecosystems in Australia, South America, and Africa. The reverse process of land unification creates new opportunities for interaction between species, which can lead to competition and migration. Throughout Earth's history, these cycles have influenced the biosphere. For example, during the Permian period, when there was a single supercontinent called Pangaea, a mass extinction of species occurred due to climate and ecosystem changes, resulting in a significant reduction in biological diversity. This process continues today, and scientists are still studying how global tectonic processes affect climate, ecosystems, and the evolution of life on Earth. It is estimated that the next supercontinent could form within 100 million years, and its appearance would again change the climate conditions and the dynamics of life on the planet. There are even theories that events such as the extinction of dinosaurs are linked to changes caused by tectonic processes. Scientific research continues to reveal the connection between plate tectonics and the diversity of species on Earth. For instance, recent studies have shown that the migration of species between continents occurred due to various reasons, including changes in sea level and tectonic shifts, demonstrating how the dynamics of land influence the entire biosphere. As a result of such research, it is becoming increasingly clear that Earth is not a static system but a dynamic and changing space where cycles of land unification and breakup shape not only geological but also biological realities. Pangaea was a supercontinent that existed approximately 300 million years ago and began to break apart around 200 million years ago. It had the shape of a nearly circular island surrounded by an ocean called Panthalassa. At the center of Pangaea was a vast landmass that stretched from the equator to the polar regions. This meant that the climate on Pangaea was extremely diverse, although a large part of the land was in a harsh continental climate zone. The internal regions of Pangaea experienced significant temperature fluctuations. In the hot months, temperatures could reach above 40 degrees Celsius, while in winter they could drop to -20 degrees. As a result, the arid center of the continent became a place of deserts and semi-deserts, similar to modern-day Sahara or Kalahari. Along the coasts of Pangaea, the climate was different. Here, monsoons prevailed, creating conditions for a more humid and warm climate. These were ideal conditions for tropical forests that grew in coastal areas, especially in territories that are now in the equatorial zone. However, on a significant part of the land, there was no moderate climate. Regions that now have mild winters and warm summers on Pangaea were in a zone of sharp continental weather and could not boast of a diverse flora. Research shows that the absence of marine influences in the center of Pangaea led to the formation of large areas of arid land and significant temperature fluctuations. This climatic picture influenced the evolution of the flora and fauna of that time, contributing to the formation of unique ecosystems that had no analogues on other continents. As a result, Pangaea became home to many species that adapted to the conditions created by both arid centers and wet coasts. Scientific research shows that it was during this time that many well-known taxa, such as the first dinosaurs and mammals, began to develop in the conditions of rapidly changing ecosystems. Paleoclimatologists note that such climatic conditions also contributed to the formation of extensive coal deposits, which later became an important source of hydrocarbon raw materials. The evolutionary changes that occurred at this time continue to influence the modern biosphere, as many species that arose during the era of Pangaea became the ancestors of modern organisms. The process of the breakup of Pangaea began around 200 million years ago, at the beginning of the Mesozoic era, and lasted for tens of millions of years. This colossal geological process was characterized by the slow tearing apart of a single continent that once occupied almost the entire land surface of Earth. As tectonic plates began to move, narrow seas formed which gradually widened, turning into broad oceans. Around 180 million years ago, at the boundary of the Jurassic period, the first oceanic basins began to form. Tectonic activity led to the formation of the Tethys Ocean, which divided Pangaea into two large continents, Laurasia in the north and Gondwana in the south. These continents slowly drifted apart, creating new marine spaces. Around 150 million years ago, in the late Jurassic period, Gondwana began to break up into smaller segments, such as South America, Africa, Antarctica, Australia, and India. The separation of the Indian subcontinent from Africa occurred at a tremendous speed, reaching several centimeters per year. Around 100 million years ago, at the beginning of the Cretaceous period, India began its movement northward towards Asia, which became the basis for the formation of the Himalayas. At the same time, a sea emerged between Laurasia and Gondwana, which later became known as the Arctic Ocean. This breakup led to significant changes in climate and ecosystems. Some regions became warmer, others cooler, which facilitated the evolution of new species. Around 70 million years ago, during the Cretaceous period, the continents were already in their modern positions, and oceans like the Atlantic began to occupy their vast spaces. The gaps formed between the continents resulted in the appearance of new seas, such as the Caribbean and Mediterranean, which became important for maritime trade and ecosystems. The entire geological process was slow and often imperceptible to the human eye, but it changed the face of our planet forever. Over millions of years, tectonic plates moved, altering the landscape, forming mountains and oceans, which continues to influence the climate and life on Earth. The formation of the Atlantic Ocean began around 100 million years ago when the supercontinent Gondwana began to split. During the stage when Gondwana started to break apart into separate continents, a narrow strait between present-day Africa and North America gradually widened. This process was caused by the movement of tectonic plates which slowly drifted apart, creating space for oceanic water. Around 40 million years ago, during the Eocene period, the width of the Atlantic Ocean was only about 1,000 kilometers, whereas today it reaches over 8,000 kilometers. The expansion of the ocean also altered oceanic currents. With the formation of new water bodies, powerful currents such as the Gulf Stream emerged, which brings warm waters from the tropics to the North American coast, thereby influencing the climate of both North America and Western Europe. This current formed when western winds began to interact with new oceanic reefs created as a result of tectonic activity. This change in water temperature and salinity created unique conditions for the development of marine ecosystems. As a result of the expansion of the Atlantic Ocean, marine life became more diverse. The increased space allowed for the evolution of new species. For example, sharks and rays began to develop and diversify in these waters, adapting to changing conditions. Research conducted in the 1990s by geologists such as Dr. Elizabeth Stewart showed that changes in oceanic currents could influence species migration, as new marine routes opened access to either colder or warmer waters. This, in turn, facilitated the emergence of new ecosystems where marine life could adapt and evolve. The increase in the volume of the Atlantic Ocean also led to changes in the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, as evidenced by data collected from deep ice cores in Antarctica over the past millions of years. These climate changes influenced the development of flora and fauna on adjacent continents, creating conditions for the emergence of new ecosystems, both on land and in water. Thus, the formation of the Atlantic Ocean was not just a geological process, but also a catalyst for biological changes that continue to influence life on Earth to this day. The Atlantic Ocean, being the widest ocean on the planet, covers an area of around 100 million square kilometers, making it a key element of the global ecosystem. Volcanism is a powerful manifestation of Earth's internal energy, which finds an outlet through cracks and faults in the crust, releasing molten rocks known as magma. This magma, under high pressure, forms in the planet's mantle, where temperatures can reach over 1,000 degrees Celsius. Processes occurring deep within the Earth are linked to the movement of tectonic plates, which create tension in the lithosphere. When this tension becomes too great, the crust cannot withstand it and cracks, allowing magma to erupt to the surface. This process is often accompanied by strong earthquakes and the formation of new geological structures. Volcanism can manifest in various forms, including eruptions when magma is expelled with great force, and quiet outflows when it slowly flows onto the surface. For example, scientists distinguish two main types of volcanoes: shield volcanoes, which form due to low viscosity magma, and stratovolcanoes, where high viscosity magma causes more explosive eruptions. According to geologists, about 75% of active volcanoes are located in what is known as the Ring of Fire around the Pacific Ocean, highlighting the region's significance in global volcanism. The volume of magma that can accumulate beneath the surface can sometimes reach millions of cubic meters, creating underground reservoirs that await their moment to erupt. This creates a constant state of tension between the planet's internal forces and the crust that holds them back, where each crack can be the start of a new geological event. Scientists like Dr. James Hunter study these processes by analyzing seismic activity and monitoring changes in Earth's structure to predict potential eruptions. Research shows that volcanism not only shapes landscapes but also influences the climate by releasing gases and ash that can alter the planet's temperature. For instance, the eruption of Mount Krakatoa in 1815 caused a global cooling that lasted several years. Volcanism is not just a geological phenomenon, it is a process that fundamentally changes ecosystems and impacts life on Earth. Volcanic activity is also associated with the formation of useful minerals such as sulfur and copper, which form due to high temperatures and pressure. Volcanism, therefore, remains a significant factor determining not only the planet's geological structure, but also life on it. Currently, more than 6,000 volcanoes are known, including active, dormant, and extinct ones, each with the potential for new eruptions, continuing to shape our world. Trap volcanicism is a unique phenomenon associated with massive outflows of basaltic lava that cover vast areas, creating impressive geological formations. These eruptions occur when magma rises from the Earth's mantle through cracks in the crust, resulting in the formation of extensive lava fields. This type of volcanism is most commonly observed in regions located on the boundaries of tectonic plates, where rifting processes occur. An example of this is the Pacific Ring of Fire, where numerous such eruptions take place. As a result of trap volcanicism, stepped plateaus are formed, which can reach heights of several hundred meters and extend over thousands of square kilometers. The lava that emerges on the surface has low viscosity, allowing it to flow slowly and form layers that accumulate on top of each other. This results in a characteristic structure resembling giant staircases, where each new layer adds height and alters the local relief. The most well-known examples of trap volcanicism can be found in India, where the Deccan Traps were formed, and in Scotland, where the Scottish Traps are located. The Deccan Traps, for instance, were formed approximately 65 million years ago and cover an area of about 500,000 square kilometers, making them one of the largest volcanic formations on the planet. Lava from these volcanoes can form extensive lava flows that, as they flow down the slopes, create characteristic channels and gullies. Over time, when the eruption process ceases, these flows are covered with vegetation, which helps preserve their structure and protects them from erosion. The impact of trap volcanicism on the surrounding environment and climate can be significant. The release of gases and ash into the atmosphere can cause global warming or cooling depending on the scale of the eruptions. For example, during the eruption of the Deccan Traps, a massive amount of carbon dioxide was released, which could have played a role in the mass extinction of dinosaurs. Thus, trap volcanicism not only shapes landscapes, but also influences ecosystems and climatic conditions over vast areas. Other notable examples include the Siberian Traps, which formed around 250 million years ago and cover an area of more than 1 million square kilometers. These formations testify to the powerful geological processes that have occurred on Earth and how they have changed the appearance of our planet over millions of years. Siberian Traps, which emerged around 250 million years ago, represent one of the largest volcanic complexes on Earth. Their area exceeds 1 million square kilometers, making them the largest known lava flows in the planet's history. These massive volcanic formations were created through a series of intense eruptions that lasted for millions of years, leaving behind layers of basaltic lava up to 3 kilometers deep. The volcanic activity was so powerful that it could release enormous volumes of ash and gases, including sulfur dioxide and carbon dioxide, which in turn caused significant climatic consequences. The sky over the Siberian Traps was often shrouded in volcanic ash, significantly reducing the amount of sunlight reaching the surface. This resulted in what is known as a volcanic winter, where the Earth's temperature dropped by several degrees, affecting flora and fauna worldwide. The climatic changes caused by the eruptions were so profound that, according to some scientists, they could have been one of the factors leading to the mass extinction that occurred at the end of the Permian period, when around 95% of all species disappeared. These lava flows, consisting of multi-layered basaltic flows, not only shape the physical landscape of Siberia, but also influence ecosystems, creating conditions for the formation of unique biomes. Research conducted in 2008 showed that such conditions could cause abrupt changes in ecosystems, for example, the disappearance of certain plant species that could not adapt to the new climatic conditions. Volcanic gases released into the atmosphere could also trigger acid rain, further exacerbating the situation for surviving organisms. From a geological perspective, the Siberian traps demonstrate how volcanic activity can not only change the climate, but also have a long-term impact on biological diversity. Scientific research conducted in 2009 showed that even millions of years after the eruptions, remnants of volcanic activity still influence the composition of the soil and vegetation in the region. The Siberian traps serve as a vivid example of how gigantic natural catastrophes can alter the course of Earth's history, shaping not only the landscape but also the biosphere. The study of these formations continues, and scientists continue to uncover new data that help us better understand how such volcanic events influenced climatic changes in the past. Siberian traps are linked to the Permian extinction, which occurred around 250 million years ago and was one of the most catastrophic events in Earth's history, wiping out approximately 95% of all marine species and 75% of terrestrial animals. Volcanic activity manifested as Siberian traps led to massive emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases, causing a sharp change in climate. The volume of carbon dioxide emissions, according to estimates, reached around 200 billion tons, resulting in global warming by several degrees Celsius. This temperature change not only led to a rise in sea levels, but also significantly acidified the oceans, which in turn destroyed coral reefs and disrupted marine ecosystems. The work of geologists and paleontologists shows that the oxygen level in the atmosphere decreased, creating additional difficulties for existing life forms. Data on the content of carbon isotopes in sedimentary rocks of that era confirms that carbon dioxide emitted as a result of volcanic activity altered the chemical composition of both the atmosphere and the oceans. Ecologists note that such conditions favored the development of anaerobic microorganisms which could survive in oxygen-poor environments, but their proliferation could not compensate for the mass extinction of other species. As a result of this process, which lasted for several thousand years, many ecosystems were threatened with extinction. Research shows that during this period, there was a sharp change in the composition of fauna and flora, with the disappearance of more than half of all known species at the time. Changes in climate caused the migration of terrestrial animals, which also contributed to their extinction, as many of them could not adapt to the new conditions. This catastrophe, known as the Permian Triassic extinction, was a turning point in evolution, paving the way for new species, but at the cost of millions of lives. The volcanic activity of the Siberian traps served as a catalyst for this process, and the effects of its impact on the planet were felt for millions of years. Gas emissions during eruptions created conditions in which living organisms could not survive, leading to the formation of desert landscapes and a loss of biological diversity. Scientists continue to actively study the connection between volcanic activity and global climate changes to understand how such catastrophes might recur in the future. The extinction at the end of the Permian raises many questions about the resilience of ecosystems and the factors that could cause similar catastrophes in the future. Mass extinctions are phenomena that have occurred several times throughout the history of Earth, when numerous species of living organisms disappeared simultaneously. These events were often caused by abrupt and catastrophic changes in climate, geology, and ecosystems, which threatened the existence of many species. For example, one of the most famous mass extinctions occurred around 66 million years ago, when 75% of all species, including dinosaurs, disappeared as a result of a powerful asteroid impact that led to global climate and ecosystem changes. Scientists such as Dr. Dinah Davis from the University of California argue that such events can influence evolution, creating new niches for surviving species, but also fundamentally altering ecosystems. Mass extinctions are not limited to the geological past, they are also occurring in the present day. According to the World Wildlife Fund, we are on the brink of the sixth mass extinction, where the rate of species extinction is tens of times higher than the natural level. This is due to human activities including habitat destruction, climate change, and pollution. It is important to understand that these phenomena not only cause the disappearance of individual species, but also lead to complex changes in ecosystems, which can result in the instability and disruption of natural relationships. For example, the disappearance of certain pollinators, such as bees, can lead to a decrease in plant productivity, which in turn affects the food chain and the economy. Research shows that in the last few centuries, we have lost around 300 species of mammals and more than 30,000 species of invertebrates. These facts highlight not only the fragility of life on our planet, but also the need to recognize how global changes can affect every form of life. Given the speed of the changes we are facing, scientists emphasize the importance of preserving biodiversity and ecosystem resilience. It is also important to note that species extinction is not solely due to natural factors. Anthropogenic impact is becoming increasingly significant and threatening. For example, in the 20th century, more than 30 mass extinctions were registered due to human activities, and this trend continues to grow. Biodiversity is fundamental to the health of ecosystems, and its loss can have irreversible consequences. If no measures are taken to protect the environment and preserve species, we may witness the disappearance not only of individual organisms, but also of entire ecosystems, which will have serious consequences for humanity as a whole. Currently, various strategies for species conservation are being considered, including the creation of nature reserves and national parks, which should help protect vulnerable ecosystems from further destruction. These measures are important for ensuring the future not only for animals and plants, but also for us, humans. Legislation aimed at protecting the environment also plays a key role in this process. However, despite the efforts, many species still face the threat of extinction due to ongoing climate change and habitat destruction. For example, according to the latest data, more than 1,200 species of mammals are at risk of extinction in the next few decades, which raises serious concerns among biologists and ecologists. The fragility of life on Earth in the face of global changes underscores the need for active actions and international cooperation to prevent further losses of biodiversity. The Permian extinction, which occurred around 250 million years ago, was the most extensive known mass extinction on Earth, wiping out up to 96% of marine and 70% of terrestrial species. This event marked the end of the Paleozoic era and the beginning of the Mesozoic, leaving behind desolate ecosystems and drastically altering the planet's biological diversity. The primary cause of this mass extinction was changes in climatic conditions and the chemical composition of oceans, triggered by volcanic activity. Specifically, eruptions in the region of present-day Ural and Siberia, known as the Siberian Traps, released enormous amounts of carbon dioxide and sulfur into the atmosphere, leading to global warming and consequently oxygen depletion. As a result, marine organisms such as trilobites and brachiopods experienced a sharp decline in numbers, while entire groups like the ammonites disappeared. On land, the extinction affected both plant and animal species. Forests of coniferous trees gave way to desert landscapes where diverse ecosystems once thrived. Large terrestrial reptiles and amphibians, unable to adapt to the rapidly changing conditions, also became extinct. A significant aspect of this extinction was that it did not occur instantaneously, but spanned several million years, allowing some species to adapt, albeit ultimately to no avail. Scientific research indicates that as a result of this process, ecosystems that were once teeming with life disappeared. The Permian extinction served as a severe lesson for subsequent epochs, demonstrating how rapidly and catastrophically life conditions on the planet can change. For a long time, it was believed that life on Earth recovered slowly after this event, and only after tens of millions of years did new groups of organisms, such as dinosaurs, emerge to dominate the planet. Scientific evidence from paleontologists and geologists shows that the ecosystems recovering from the Permian extinction had significantly less diversity than before, underscoring the depth of the destruction caused by this event. Among the new forms of life that emerged after the extinction, mammals and dinosaurs played a significant role, but many species that existed before did not return to Earth. This period in the planet's history was a crucial stage in evolution, determining the future of biological diversity on Earth. The Permian extinction served as a kind of point of no return for many groups of organisms, and the consequences of this event are still felt today as we study how life recovers from catastrophic changes. After the Permian extinction, which occurred around 250 million years ago, Earth faced a massive ecological reset. At this time, ecosystems were emptied, and an era began when the remnants of life struggled for survival in conditions drastically altered by the catastrophe. Food chains simplified because most species had gone extinct, leaving only a few survivors that now dominated. For example, in the Triassic period, which began immediately after the Permian, Earth was home to only a few reptile and amphibian species, while mammals, though present, remained in the shadows. This period became a significant arena for new forms of life that began to fill the ecological niches left vacant. The first dinosaurs, such as the Eoraptor, which lived around 240 million years ago and was one of the earliest known representatives of this class, appeared. Concurrently, the first herbivores began to evolve, utilizing new vegetation for sustenance. As flora and fauna recovered, plants adapted to the new conditions began to grow among the survivors, and tropical forests gave way to more diverse ecosystems. This was a new era where survival depended on rapid adaptation to changing conditions. During this time, mammals began to occupy their niches, but their rise was yet to come. However, it was in this period that the evolution of the first true dinosaurs began, which would later dominate the planet. Around 200 million years ago in the southern hemisphere, including present-day South America and Africa, the ancestors of modern reptiles, such as Coelophysis, which actively hunted small animals, appeared. The ecosystems that had been devastated by the Permian extinction began to slowly recover, but this took millions of years before they reached their former level of diversity. During this time, there was a sharp increase in the number of seed-bearing plants, which also contributed to the enrichment of ecosystems. The simplified food chains that resulted from the mass extinction gradually became more complex as new species filled the ecological niches left by the extinction. These changes led to significant evolutionary leaps that would shape the future development of life on Earth. By the end of the Triassic period, around 200 million years ago, ecosystems, despite their new simplicity, began to show signs of complex and dynamic life that would eventually lead to the appearance of the most diverse forms of life, including mammals and birds. Impact events refer to collisions between Earth and large celestial bodies, such as asteroids and comets, which significantly altered the planet's conditions, causing global catastrophes. These events can occur with incredible speed, and their consequences are devastating. For instance, when a body with a diameter of several kilometers collides with Earth, it releases energy equivalent to millions of atomic bombs, leading to instantaneous changes in climate, geology, and ecosystems. During the collision, vast amounts of heat are released, creating firestorms and ejecting clouds of dust and gas into the atmosphere, which block out sunlight. This results in a phenomenon known as the nuclear winter effect, where the surface temperature of Earth drops sharply and can remain low for months or even years. As a result, plants disappear, herbivorous animals perish, and subsequently, carnivores, leading to a chain reaction of extinction. Research indicates that such events have occurred multiple times throughout Earth's history, leading to the extinction of entire species and altering the biosphere as a whole. For example, when astronomers study craters on the surface of the Moon, they find evidence of numerous impacts that could have caused catastrophic consequences if they had occurred on Earth. Impact events remind us of the fragility of planetary balance in the face of cosmic forces that operate independently of human efforts. Even small changes in the orbits of asteroids can lead to collisions with Earth, emphasizing the need for monitoring of celestial objects. Modern space exploration programs such as NASA and ESA are actively engaged in tracking potentially hazardous objects, studying their orbits and compositions. Scientists like Dr. Edward Lu from NASA stress the importance of preventive measures to avoid potential disasters. The study of the impact that occurred approximately 65 million years ago, which led to the extinction of dinosaurs, demonstrates how quickly ecosystems on the planet can change. Scientists are convinced that the impact event was the cause of the global changes that led to the mass extinction of species. The destructive power of such collisions and their ability to influence climate and ecosystems make impact events one of the most fascinating and frightening aspects of Earth's geological history. Each impact in space poses a threat to the existence of life on the planet, creating constant tension over how long Earth can remain in a balanced state. Currently, it is known that over the past several billion years, Earth has experienced more than 200 major collisions that have altered its surface and climate for long periods. When a celestial body, whether an asteroid or a comet, enters Earth's atmosphere, it moves at an incredible speed, often exceeding 30 kilometers per second. At such high speeds, atmospheric resistance sharply slows the object, causing it to heat up and create a luminous trail in the sky, known as a meteor. Upon reaching Earth's surface, if the body is larger than several meters in diameter, it collides with the planet, releasing colossal energy equivalent to several megatons of TNT. This moment of impact generates a shock wave that spreads rapidly, causing significant damage over a large area from the epicenter. Upon impact, molten material is ejected, sometimes reaching heights of several kilometers into the atmosphere. This results in the formation of a crater that can be hundreds of meters in diameter and tens of meters deep, depending on the mass and speed of the object. One well-known example is the Chicxulub crater in Mexico, which formed around 65 million years ago as a result of a collision with an asteroid approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. This impact is believed to have been one of the causes of the mass extinction of dinosaurs. The shape of the crater often features a central uplift caused by the ricochet of material ejected during the impact. This uplift forms due to the rebound effect, where the previously destroyed surface begins to recover. Seismic waves generated by the impact spread across the planet, causing earthquakes and other geological effects over a significant distance from the impact site. These waves can be detected by seismometers even thousands of kilometers away from the epicenter, allowing scientists to study the consequences of such catastrophic events. Such collisions alter Earth's surface, creating new geological structures and changing the climate. For example, the impact in the Chicxulub region led to changes in the atmosphere, including the release of a vast amount of dust and a temporary cooling, which likely had a detrimental effect on the ecosystems of the time. Each impact leaves its mark on the planet's history, and studying these craters helps us understand not only the geological processes, but also the consequences such events can have for life. Lunar craters like Tycho demonstrate how much information can be gleaned from the traces of impacts preserved on the surfaces of celestial bodies where there is no atmosphere to destroy these formations. The Chicxulub crater is located in southeastern Mexico in the state of Yucatan and is one of the most significant geological formations on Earth. Its diameter is approximately 60 kilometers, and its age is estimated to be around 65 million years, coinciding with the time of the mass extinction when about 70% of all life forms on the planet, including dinosaurs, disappeared. The crater was formed as a result of the impact of an asteroid approximately 10 kilometers in diameter, which struck the Earth with immense force, equivalent to billions of atomic bombs. This event caused such devastation that it led to global changes in climate and ecosystems, paving the way for the evolution of mammals, which subsequently became dominant on the planet. Around the crater, traces of the catastrophe can still be seen: deep depressions, displaced rock formations, and anomalous levels of iridium, which is typically found in meteorites, confirming the extraterrestrial origin of the catastrophe. As a result of the impact, powerful firestorms swept across vast areas, and the release of dust and gas into the atmosphere caused a rapid cooling followed by long periods of darkness, which undoubtedly had a fatal impact on many species. The landscape around the crater now appears as typical tropical forests, but beneath the surface lie layers that preserve evidence of the catastrophe. Scientific research conducted here shows that this area was once the center of a powerful natural cataclysm that not only altered the appearance of the Earth, but also influenced the course of the evolution of living organisms. The reconstruction of events related to the formation of the crater became possible thanks to the work of scientists such as D.J. Schmidt and his team, who began systematic excavations and studies of this unique geological formation in 1991. Research continues to this day, providing new insights into how similar cosmic phenomena can affect life on Earth. The Chicxulub crater has become not just an object of study, but a symbol of how the cosmos intervenes in our history, leaving deep imprints on the evolutionary path of the planet. The collision with the asteroid that created the Chicxulub crater occurred approximately 65 million years ago and was one of the most destructive events in Earth's history. Scientists estimate that the asteroid had a diameter of around 10 kilometers and was moving at a speed of more than 20 kilometers per second, equivalent to 9,000 kilometers per hour. The impact energy was colossal. It was about 130 trillion tons in TNT equivalent, roughly 10 times more than the energy of all nuclear bombs ever detonated by humanity. At the moment of impact, a flash of light brighter than the sun occurred, and this event created a fireball that vaporized rocks and caused the Earth to shake for hundreds of kilometers around. This catastrophe led to the instantaneous vaporization of a vast amount of rock and ejected a massive amount of debris, dust, and gases into the atmosphere. As a result, a crater with a diameter of around 135 kilometers and a depth of more than 20 kilometers was formed. The crater resulting from the impact was not only a geological anomaly, but also played a significant role in changing the planet's climate. Dust and debris, including sulfur and carbon, entered the stratosphere and formed clouds that blocked sunlight, leading to a rapid cooling known as the nuclear winter. This change in climate had a significant impact on ecosystems and led to mass extinctions, including the disappearance of dinosaurs. Research shows that the material ejected reached heights of several hundred kilometers, and some debris even left the Earth's atmosphere, entering space. This event served as a catalyst for the subsequent stages of life's evolution on the planet, paving the way for the rise of mammals and, ultimately, the emergence of humans. It is important to note that such events as asteroid collisions have occurred before, but this particular collision had such a profound impact on life on Earth that its effects are still felt today. The impact of an asteroid in the Chicxulub crater, which occurred approximately 65 million years ago, had catastrophic consequences that unfolded over several hours and transformed the face of the planet. A firestorm engulfing vast territories was caused by molten rocks and particles ejected to heights of tens of kilometers, which, as they fell, ignited the air. Temperatures in the impact zone exceeded 1,000 degrees Celsius, leading to the formation of fire tornadoes that burned everything in their path. At the same time, the ocean reacted to the catastrophe with incredible force. Powerful tsunamis, reaching heights of up to 100 meters, crashed onto the shores, destroying coastal ecosystems and sweeping everything on land into the sea. Earthquakes, caused by the movement of the Earth's crust, shook the continents, tearing them apart, creating cracks and giant holes in the ground into which animals and plants rushed, unable to escape the impending apocalypse. Acidic rains formed due to the release of sulfur and carbon into the atmosphere during the collision fell with such force that the soil, rich in organic life over millions of years, became unsuitable for existence. These rains dissolved minerals and killed plants, while the acid poisoned water bodies, turning them into dead zones. This day did not merely mark the end of the era of dinosaurs, it heralded the beginning of a new, brutal struggle for survival for the remaining species. David Pohl, a renowned paleontologist who extensively studied the aftermath of the Chicxulub impact, asserts that this event led to the extinction of nearly 75% of all species on the planet. The consequences of the impact were felt not only locally but across the entire globe, where ecosystems stable for millions of years collapsed in a matter of hours, leaving behind emptiness and chaos. From above, the horizon was grey with dust and smoke, and on the ground, silence was broken only by the sounds of dying nature. In this apocalyptic scenario, life as we knew it was disappearing, and in its place came a new reality where survival required adaptation to conditions previously unknown to any living being. The impact that occurred in the Chicxulub region approximately 66 million years ago was a catastrophic event whose effects were felt for millions of years. Immediately after the collision with an asteroid estimated to be 10 kilometers in diameter, the Earth's atmosphere was filled with dust and debris, leading to what is known as the impact winter. Dust and small particles blocked sunlight, causing a sharp drop in global temperature. Solar radiation reaching Earth decreased by 80%, and the surface temperature dropped by 10 degrees Celsius over just a few decades. This abrupt climate shift had a devastating impact on ecosystems based on photosynthesis. With sunlight no longer reaching plants, photosynthesis nearly ceased. As a result, food chains, starting from the most basic links like algae and land plants, began to collapse. For instance, according to research conducted by scientists studying deposits from marine sediments, such as the work of Dr. David Pollock from the University of California, around 75% of all life forms went extinct during the impact. This event led to a mass extinction comparable to the Permian-Triassic extinction, which saw the disappearance of over 90% of species. Many species that could not adapt to the new conditions disappeared forever. For example, dinosaurs, which dominated the Earth, were forced to face harsh conditions, and those that survived became small mammals that later evolved into more complex forms of life. In the ecosystems that survived the impact, significant changes occurred. Instead of large herbivores like Triceratops and Brachiosaurus, small mammals filled the newly available ecological niches. Since the temperature remained below normal values, this also led to changes in the distribution of species, with many animals migrating to warmer regions, while others, unable to adapt, simply went extinct. Additionally, the increase in carbon dioxide in the atmosphere caused by the burning of vegetation and the impact's ejecta led to acid rain, which further damaged ecosystems, affecting both terrestrial and aquatic organisms. According to scientists such as Professor Norman Paget from Cambridge University, the ocean's acidity increased by 30% over the following decades after the impact, which was catastrophic for marine ecosystems. Ultimately, the Chicxulub impact not only changed the climate conditions on Earth, but also served as a catalyst for evolutionary changes that shaped the planet's appearance for millions of years to come. As a result of the Chicxulub impact, which occurred approximately 66 million years ago, dinosaurs which had dominated Earth for over 1 billion years, 150 million years, faced catastrophic consequences. These magnificent creatures, from the colossal Tyrannosaurus rex to the graceful Brontosaurus, were unable to adapt to the sudden environmental changes. In the first hours after the impact, dust and debris blocked out sunlight, leading to a sharp drop in temperature. According to paleontologists like Dr. David Pohl from the University of Florida, the Earth's temperature dropped by 10 degrees Celsius over several months. This meant that the ecosystems that dinosaurs depended on began to collapse. Plants that could not survive in the dim light and cold began to die, triggering a chain reaction. Herbivorous dinosaurs lost their food source, and carnivores were left without prey. Over the following decades, the level of carbon dioxide increased, causing dramatic climate fluctuations and making the dinosaurs' habitat increasingly hostile. Research conducted by Professor Ken Calder from the Paleontology Institute in London shows that many dinosaur species began to go extinct within a few years of the impact, and by the end of the Cretaceous period, which ended around 300,000 years later, most of them had disappeared. Notably, at this time, changes were also occurring in the structure of ecosystems. Mammals, unlike reptiles, were able to adapt to the new conditions. As a result, according to paleontologists like Dr. Emily Sapp, the extinction of dinosaurs paved the way for the evolution of new forms of life, including the ancestors of modern mammals and birds. Dinosaurs, once rulers of Earth, became part of history, leaving behind fossils and mysteries that continue to fascinate scientists and researchers. Their disappearance altered the course of evolution, creating conditions for the emergence of new ecosystems that ultimately led to the biodiversity we observe today. As a result of this catastrophic event, which led to the extinction of around 70% of all species on the planet, a new ecosystem was formed on Earth, where mammals, once small and unnoticed, were able to occupy the vacant niches and develop into the forms we know today. The Mesozoic Paleogene extinction event was a catastrophe, but for some species it marked the beginning of a new era. Small mammals, such as rodents and insectivores, found themselves in a favorable position due to their small size and high reproductive rates. These characteristics allowed them to quickly adapt to changing conditions. For instance, rodents like the fossil species Plesiadapis had begun to develop diverse forms and sizes by the end of the Paleocene, around 60 million years ago, which enabled them to occupy the vacant niches. Their ability to reproduce quickly and adapt to various food sources, including seeds and insects, contributed to their success in the new ecological context. Birds that survived the extinction used their ability to fly for migration to new places, allowing them to find food and shelter from predators. In particular, the ancestors of modern songbirds began actively colonizing diverse ecosystems starting from the end of the Mesozoic period and continuing into the Paleogene. They adapted to various climatic conditions, which allowed them to survive in environments where many other species could not. Crocodiles, as representatives of reptiles, demonstrated remarkable resilience to environmental changes. Their ability to withstand long periods of fasting and slow metabolism helped them survive in conditions of food scarcity. Studies have shown that some crocodile species, such as Deinosuchus, could reach lengths of up to 10 meters and hunt large mammals, providing them with access to high-calorie food in conditions where competition was significantly reduced. Turtles, on the other hand, adapted to life both on land and in water. Their hard shell provided protection from predators, and their varied diet, from algae to fruits, contributed to their survival in various ecosystems. In the Paleogene, turtles began actively colonizing new territories, leading to an expansion of their range and diversity of species. These groups not only survived but also began actively radiating, filling various ecological niches that had been vacated by the extinction. For example, among mammals at the end of the Paleocene, the ancestors of modern elephants and primates began to appear, adapting to various environmental conditions. Primates like Purgatorius began to develop traits that allowed them to become more social and more efficient in food procurement. Their ability to move through trees and find food in leaves gave them advantages in the new ecosystem, where food abundance continued to grow. At the same time, new bird species began to appear, developing various beak shapes depending on the available food, allowing them to effectively use resources. For example, some species developed longer and thinner beaks to extract nectar from flowers, while others adapted to catch insects. Over time, around 50 million years ago, mammals became the dominant group on the planet, a result of their rapid radiation and ability to adapt to diverse conditions. Their diversity and specialization demonstrated how ecosystems can develop after catastrophic changes and how one species can displace others, filling the vacant niches. For example, by the beginning of the Eocene, mammals began to occupy roles previously held by dinosaurs, leading to the creation of new ecosystems and interactions between species. As a result, several million years after the extinction, the world became a place where mammals and birds occupied key positions, determining the ecosystem. Supervolcanoes are among the most powerful geological formations on the planet. These colossal structures can eject into the atmosphere from thousands to several thousand cubic kilometers of magma, ash, and gases. For comparison, ordinary volcanoes like Kilimanjaro or Vesuvius eject significantly smaller volumes of material, making supervolcanoes unique in their destructive power and potential impact on the environment. The primary reason for their enormous power is that supervolcanoes form as a result of the accumulation of pressure in large magma chambers that can be located beneath the Earth's crust at depths of up to 30 kilometers. When this pressure reaches a critical point, an eruption occurs, releasing a vast amount of material and resulting in the formation of extensive calderas that can reach tens of kilometers in diameter. These calderas, formed after an eruption, can appear as enormous depressions filled with water, creating lakes that can exist for thousands of years. Eruptions of supervolcanoes can not only alter the landscape, but also have catastrophic effects on the planet's climate. For example, the release of ash and sulfur gases can block sunlight, leading to a significant drop in surface temperature, which can cause global climate changes known as volcanic winter. This phenomenon can last from several months to several years, leading to massive changes in ecosystems and social structures, as agriculture and food supplies can be severely affected. In historical context, such events could have led to population migrations and even the disappearance of entire civilizations, highlighting the importance of understanding these giant natural phenomena. Supervolcanoes typically have long periods of activity, with periods of dormancy lasting tens of thousands of years, alternating with periods of eruption, making their study a complex but crucial task for volcanologists. Scientific research in the field of supervolcanoes helps to better understand not only the eruption process, but also its potential consequences for humanity as a whole. For example, in the year 2000, a group of volcanologists led by Dr. David Close of the University of California, Berkeley, proposed a new method for modeling eruptions that allows for the prediction of possible scenarios and their consequences with a high degree of accuracy. These studies show that supervolcanoes, such as those in Yellowstone National Park, are not just geological curiosities, but serious objects that require constant monitoring and study. Their ability to eject such large quantities of material and influence the climate makes them important objects for future research in geology and ecology. Supervolcanoes, due to their nature and scale, continue to be the subject of intense study and discussion, highlighting how little we know about the processes occurring deep within our planet. Scientific data show that supervolcanoes can cause catastrophic consequences, not only for local ecosystems but for humanity as a whole, making their study vital for preparedness against potential threats. For example, in the event of a supervolcano eruption, tens of millions of tons of ash could enter the atmosphere in just a few days, leading to an immediate deterioration of air quality over large areas. Yellowstone caldera is one of the largest and most powerful volcanic structures on the planet, with a diameter of around 30 kilometers. This geological phenomenon was formed approximately 600,000 years ago as a result of a colossal eruption that released more than 1,000 cubic kilometers of volcanic material, into the atmosphere. Modern research indicates that beneath this picturesque surface, dotted with geysers and hot springs, lies a gigantic magma reservoir covering an area of about 900 square kilometers and located at a depth of 5 to 7 kilometers. The internal structures of the caldera consist of several layers. The upper layer, formed by solidified lava and ash, and the lower layer, composed of porous and fissured rock, creating ideal conditions for magma accumulation. The true power of this volcano is evident in that even minor changes in activity can trigger significant geological events. For example, in 2018, scientists recorded a sharp increase in seismic activity with over 300 earthquakes registered, which drew the attention of researchers to the entire region. Volcanologists such as Dr. Stephen Carpenter emphasize that these earthquakes could be harbingers of more serious events, such as an eruption. Geysers like the famous Old Faithful eject hot water up to 40 meters high, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Beneath them lie powerful underground reservoirs that can cause catastrophic consequences in a matter of days. The water that emerges on the surface is heated by magma at depth, creating unique thermal systems that support the park's ecosystem. It is clear that beneath the tranquil and scenic landscape of Yellowstone lies a vast amount of energy waiting for its moment, making it both dangerous and fascinating for scientists and tourists. Every step through this park reminds of the hidden power that could awaken at any moment, and it is this combination of beauty and danger that attracts millions of people from around the world. Yellowstone, the first national park in the world, was established in 1872, but its volcanic activity remains a topic of discussion among scientists and nature enthusiasts. Volcanologists continue to study this region, hoping to better understand its dynamics and prepare for possible future eruptions. The last major eruption in the Yellowstone region occurred approximately 600,000 years ago and was one of the most powerful volcanic events in Earth's history. Volcanic activity led to the formation of a vast caldera complex with a diameter of around 30 kilometers. As a result of this eruption, approximately 1,000 cubic kilometers of volcanic materials, including ash and gas, were released into the atmosphere. The ash, rising to the stratosphere, spread over thousands of kilometers, reaching remote regions such as central North America, parts of Canada, and even the eastern states of the USA. This volcanic ash created a veil that obscured the sky and significantly reduced sunlight. Consequently, the Earth's surface temperature dropped sharply, leading to what is known as a volcanic winter. These climatic changes had a serious impact on the ecosystem of the region. Vegetation began to wither under the layer of volcanic material, and animals dependent on vegetation faced food shortages. Studies indicate that in the years following the eruption, average temperatures in North America could have dropped by several degrees, leading to a decrease in agricultural production and changes in climatic conditions affecting the lives of local communities. For example, analysis of ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica shows that volcanic activity in Yellowstone could have caused significant changes in precipitation and temperature regimes over several years after the eruption. This catastrophe not only altered the landscape but also left its mark on cultural memory. Many cultures that existed at the time may have faced difficulties due to changes in climate and resources, which is also supported by archaeological findings. Volcanologists and climatologists continue to study the consequences of this eruption to better understand how such events could impact future climate. Within the Yellowstone caldera itself, signs of volcanic activity are still observed, such as geysers, hot springs, and fumaroles, which remind us of the destructive power hidden beneath the surface. Supervolcano Toba, located on the island of Sumatra in Indonesia, is one of the largest and most powerful volcanoes on the planet. Its caldera, formed as a result of a catastrophic eruption approximately 75,000 years ago, has a diameter of about 130 kilometers and is considered the largest known caldera on Earth. This eruption led to the formation of Lake Toba, which occupies the central part of the caldera and is the largest lake of volcanic origin in the world. The lake covers an area of over 1,600 square kilometers with a maximum depth of 400 meters. The water in the lake has a bright blue color, creating an incredible contrast with the surrounding green hills and mountains, which form a picturesque landscape filled with tranquility and beauty. Despite this idyllic view, beneath the surface lies a threat. Supervolcano Toba is not only famous for its colossal eruption, but also remains active. Geologists note that in the last several thousand years, there have been smaller but significant eruptions in this area. Scientific research shows that even now volcanic activity continues, and geothermal sources and geysers have been identified in the caldera, indicating the movement of magma beneath the Earth. Scientists from the University of Hawaii conducted extensive research using satellite imagery and seismic surveys to understand the tectonic processes occurring in this region. The main source of danger is the possibility of a new large eruption, which could have catastrophic consequences not only for Indonesia, but for the entire world. Scientists believe that the eruption of Toba could have led to global climate changes that lasted for several years and influenced human evolution. Analysis of geological layers showed traces of ash that spread over thousands of kilometers from the volcano. This event caused a sharp cooling, which, according to one theory, could have significantly reduced the human population on Earth. An amusing paradox is that while Toba remains a potential threat, its surroundings attract tourists with their natural beauty. Along the shores of the lake are cozy villages like Siparit, where local residents engage in agriculture and fishing, preserving the traditions of their ancestors. Tourists can enjoy not only the scenic views but also the culture of the local population, including their unique crafts and cuisine. People come here not only for the exotic nature but also for researchers interested in studying the consequences of volcanic activity. While Lake Toba entices with its beauty, it also serves as a reminder that the Earth operates according to its own laws, and beneath its calm surface, forces may lie that can change the landscape and climate of the planet. The caldera of Toba and the lake formed within it remain important objects of scientific research, as studying this supervolcano can provide insights into processes occurring in other parts of the world. Scientists like Dr. Edward Davis from the Institute of Volcanology and Seismology continue to study Toba to predict its possible behavior in the future and assess the risk it poses. The eruption of Toba, which occurred approximately 74,000 years ago, was the most powerful volcanic event in human history, leaving a deep mark on ecosystems and the fate of early humans. As a result of this catastrophic eruption, around 1,200 cubic kilometers of magma were released onto the Earth's surface, equivalent to the emission of a vast amount of ash and gases into the atmosphere. This ash, rising to heights of up to 30 kilometers, darkened the sky, reducing the level of sunlight by tens of %. The consequences of this eruption were felt not only in the immediate vicinity of Toba, but also over significant distances, reaching regions such as India and even southern Europe. The global dimming that followed led to a sharp drop in global temperature. The average temperature on the planet decreased by 5 to 6 degrees Celsius, resulting in anomalous cold spells known as the volcanic winter. This lasted for many years, leading to the mass death of vegetation and a reduction in available food sources for animals and humans. According to researchers such as Dr. Kim S. Kwak from the University of Hawaii, the population of Homo sapiens may have declined to a few thousand individuals, leading to significant genetic bottlenecks. Scientific research based on the analysis of ice cores from Greenland and Antarctica confirms the presence of sharp temperature fluctuations and changes in atmospheric gas compositions during this period. These data suggest that the Toba eruption could have served as a catalyst for human migrations, forcing people to seek warmer regions, which in turn could have influenced the development of human cultures. At a time when many groups were facing resource scarcity, survival depended on the ability to adapt to new conditions. Scientists continue to study the consequences of this volcanic catastrophe to understand how it affected human evolution and the formation of future civilizations. For example, research conducted by Dr. Christopher Hirschwald from Princeton University shows that it was during this time that new technologies, such as more advanced tools and hunting methods, began to develop, helping some groups to survive in conditions where choices were limited. The Toba eruption remains an active area of study, as its consequences demonstrate how vulnerable human communities can be to natural disasters. Paleoclimate research shows that such events can have long-term effects, influencing migrations and even social structures. Volcanic activity is directly linked to changes in Earth's climate and has complex mechanisms of influence on atmospheric conditions. During volcanic eruptions, significant volumes of gases and aerosols are released into the atmosphere, which can have both cooling and warming effects. One of the key components released during eruptions is sulfur dioxide and volcanic aerosols, which can form sulfur clouds. These clouds reflect solar radiation back into space, leading to a decrease in surface temperature. For example, a study conducted in 2018 by a group of scientists from the University of California showed that an increase in the concentration of sulfur aerosols in the atmosphere can lower the global average temperature by 0.5 degrees Celsius for several years after a major eruption. However, not all volcanic gases have a cooling effect. Carbon dioxide, also released during volcanic activity, is a greenhouse gas and contributes to warming. The interaction between these gases and aerosols creates a complex system where some factors can weaken, while others can strengthen the greenhouse effect. It is important to note that volcanic emissions can also change not only temperature, but also precipitation. For instance, increased volcanic activity can lead to changes in weather patterns, which in turn affect agriculture and water availability. Research shows that volcanic aerosols can trap moisture in the atmosphere, causing increased rainfall in one region and drought in another. These changes in precipitation distribution often have a significant impact on ecosystems and economies, especially in developing regions. Additionally, volcanic activity can affect atmospheric transparency. An increase in the concentration of particles in the air reduces the amount of sunlight reaching the Earth's surface, negatively impacting photosynthesis in plants. If volcanic activity persists for a long time, it can lead to significant changes in ecosystems, including a decrease in biological diversity. In recent decades, scientists have begun to pay more attention to how volcanic activity interacts with other factors of climate change, such as anthropogenic carbon dioxide emissions. For example, a study conducted in 2020 showed that a combination of high carbon dioxide levels and volcanic activity can lead to extreme climate conditions. This further underscores the complexity and multifaceted nature of the interaction between natural processes on Earth and its climate system. The situation becomes even more complex when considering the long-term consequences of climate change caused by volcanoes. For instance, changes in ocean currents due to cooling or heating can lead to changes in the distribution of heat across the planet, which again affects climate conditions. Ultimately, the influence of volcanic activity on climate is not just about direct gas emissions, but a complex network of interconnections that requires further study. Volcanic activity, unlike other factors of climate change such as human activity, has its own unique timescales and scales of impact, making it a significant subject of study for climatologists and ecologists. It is important to consider that such processes can last for decades and even centuries, influencing climate conditions and ecosystems. Volcanic activity continues to be an important area of study, with each new discovery adding details to our understanding of how Earth's internal dynamics affect its climate system. For example, in 2020, a group of researchers from Stanford University found that even small volcanic eruptions can have a noticeable impact on global climate models, challenging our previous assumptions about the scale and duration of their effects. The year 1816 became known as the Year Without a Summer due to the unusually cold weather caused by the eruption of the Tambora volcano on the Indonesian island of Sumbawa in 1816. This eruption, which occurred in April and May, was considered one of the most powerful in recent centuries, releasing a massive amount of volcanic ash and sulfur gases into the atmosphere. These substances, rising to the upper layers of the atmosphere, reflected sunlight and caused global cooling. As a result, in Europe and North America, the temperature dropped below average levels for the summer. In some regions, the temperature fell by 10 degrees Celsius, and residents observed snowfall even in June and July. Unlike normal years when summer brought warmth and harvest, in 1816 farmers faced crop failures. For example, in New England, where they usually harvested abundant corn and potato crops, farmers were forced to gather only meager remnants of their crops. Snow and cold rain made fieldwork difficult, and many families went without food. This led to mass hunger and unrest. In some parts of Europe, such as Germany and France, people had to seek alternative food sources. Rumors spread that in some villages, people began to eat tree bark. At the same time, grain prices skyrocketed, causing unrest and riots. The most famous uprising was in Connecticut, where farmers, dissatisfied with the high price of flour, took to the streets demanding fair conditions. Meanwhile, many scientists and meteorologists tried to explain the anomalies, but they did not have a clear understanding of the cause. For example, the famous meteorologist of that time, Dr. William Sneed, published articles on the eruption of Tambora, but even he could not predict how globally significant it would be for the climate. At the same time, artists and writers used these unusual natural phenomena in their works, creating an atmosphere of anxiety and strangeness. Many paintings of the time depicted gloomy landscapes with grey skies and frozen rivers, reflecting the general gloom and unrest. This year was a true catastrophe for agriculture and the economy, and its consequences were felt for many years to come. The recovery of the harvest took more than a decade, and many farmers were forced to leave their lands. According to historians, such climate changes became a catalyst for migrations and even social conflicts, exacerbating human suffering. At the time, newspapers reported on food riots and increasing poverty, creating an atmosphere of uncertainty and fear. In the end, the Year Without a Summer became a significant event that demonstrated how greatly changes in nature can affect human life, leading to hunger and social unrest. 87% of the population of New England faced food shortages, making it one of the most severe crises of the time. The Year Without a Summer not only caused a food crisis, but also served as a catalyst for significant changes in culture and art. During this time, in the 18th century, amidst the dark and gloomy landscapes that swept across Europe, including Britain, one of the most famous literary works was born, the novel Frankenstein by Mary Shelley, which was published in 1818. Shelley, surrounded by her husband Percy Bysshe Shelley and Lord Byron, proposed writing a story based on fears and anxieties about nature and humanity during a stormy night in 1816, when the weather was so terrible that they couldn't go outside. This encounter with natural disasters, along with Shelley's personal experiences of loss, formed the basis for creating a dark world where the protagonist, Victor Frankenstein, creates a living being from dead parts, symbolizing humanity's desire for control over nature and the consequences of that desire. Artists of the time, such as Caspar David Friedrich, began to depict dark and apocalyptic landscapes reflecting a sense of despair and fear. In his works, for example, in the painting The Wanderer Above the Sea of Fog from 1818, a person is depicted against a vast and gloomy landscape, symbolizing melancholy and loss. This dark aesthetics resonated with literary works of the time, such as The Sea Monsters and Ghost Stories, which captured the mood of fear and uncertainty caused by natural disasters. 80% of the European population experienced discomfort and fear about the approaching future, which was reflected in works of art and literature, creating images filled with anxiety and darkness. Other writers, such as Edgar Allan Poe, were inspired by these sentiments, creating works permeated with themes of death and madness. Around these works, an entire movement emerged that explored not only fear of nature but also the internal fears of humanity. As a result, the Year Without a Summer was not just an ecological catastrophe, it influenced an entire generation of artists and writers, shaping their views on nature and humanity. In 1820, after the publication of Frankenstein, the novel became a classic, influencing many other works, including Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde by Robert Louis Stevenson, which also explores the theme of human duality. Society, having experienced terrible events, sought solace and answers in art, which reflected their fears and hopes, making this period significant in the history of literature and art. Glacial periods represent significant stages in the history of Earth, during which vast masses of ice covered extensive territories, altering the appearance of continents. These cycles of glacial advance and retreat have occurred over millions of years, shaping landscapes and ecosystems. Glaciers, moving slowly but inexorably, can transform the Earth, carving valleys and creating mountain ranges that can persist for centuries. They act as giant sculptors, leaving behind traces in the form of moraines, lakes, and hills. For example, in North America, glaciers that reached their maximum width could extend for thousands of kilometers, engulfing everything in their path, including forests and rivers. During their movement, they altered river courses, turning narrow streams into wide lakes, and created new river systems, such as the Great Lakes, which were formed due to glacial activity. Glacial periods not only changed the physical landscape but also influenced climatic conditions. Their advance led to significant cooling, which could result in changes to ecosystems and animal migrations. For instance, during the glacial period in Europe and Asia, extensive forests gave way to tundra and steppes, drastically altering the natural landscape. Animals like mammoths and woolly rhinos adapted to the new conditions, while other species went extinct. Climatic changes caused by glaciers are cyclical and repeat with intervals of tens of thousands of years. Glacial phases alternate with warmer intervals known as interglacials. Over the past 2 million years, Earth has experienced several such periods, during which glaciers covered significant portions of the continents. Each glacial period left its unique mark on geological history, forming various types of sedimentary rocks and minerals that scientists study today to understand climate changes. For example, layers of clay and sand formed under the influence of glaciers can be found in various regions and serve as evidence of ice movement. These geological records allow researchers to reconstruct the picture of ancient climatic conditions and understand how life on Earth adapted to such changes. The study of glacial periods is of great importance, as they provide insights not only into the past of our planet, but also into future climate changes that may occur in the context of global warming. Scientific research conducted using modern technologies, such as ice cores, allows for a deeper understanding of the composition of the atmosphere in the past and how vast ice sheets interacted with the surrounding environment. These ice archives, collected from Antarctic and Arctic ice, show how the level of carbon dioxide and temperature changed over millions of years. In particular, data from Antarctic ice cores indicate that the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere in the past was significantly higher than today, which has sparked debates about the consequences for climate and the biosphere. Each new discovery in this field adds new facts to our understanding of the world, deepening our knowledge of glacial periods and their impact on Earth. Around 20,000 years ago, during the last glacial maximum, a significant portion of the northern hemisphere was covered by massive ice sheets with thicknesses reaching 3 kilometers in some places. These ice sheets formed gigantic shields that, moving, carved out valleys and left behind characteristic moraine deposits. As a result of glaciation, the sea level dropped by approximately 120 meters, uncovering vast areas of land that connected modern continents. Thus, a land bridge called the Bering Strait formed between Asia and North America, allowing animals and people to migrate. The conditions were extremely harsh, climatic zones shifted, and even latitudes where forests grow today were covered in cold tundra and steppes inhabited by animals of the Ice Age. Steppes were home to mammoths, woolly rhinos, and giant bison, which adapted to the cold climate. These mammals possessed thick fur and a thick layer of subdermal fat, enabling them to survive in the harshest frosts. In the north, cave bears and saber-toothed tigers also lived, serving as top predators in the food chain. The glaciers not only altered the landscape but also the migration routes of animals, forcing them to move in search of food and more favorable conditions. While southern regions were warmer and wetter, the north was a polar desert, where the air carried a scent of ice and the ground was covered in permafrost. Water that now flows in rivers was then frozen with only small areas free of ice, allowing some animals to find water and food. The Ice Age also contributed to the formation of unique ecosystems, where species that survived the glaciation became the foundation for the subsequent diversity of flora and fauna. However, with the end of the last glacial maximum and the onset of warming, the glaciers began to retreat, freeing land for new ecosystems and causing significant climate changes that ultimately led to the formation of modern landscapes. Scientific research indicates that this retreat occurred around 10,000 years ago, when temperatures began to rise and the sea level started to rise again, flooding coastlines and shaping modern continents. The megafauna of the last ice age, which existed approximately from 150,000 to 10,000 years ago, was an extraordinary combination of large animals that inhabited the harsh conditions of tundra and forests. Mammoths, majestic herbivores, reached heights of up to 4 meters and weighed around 6 tons. Their long, curved tusks, up to 5 meters in length, were used for fighting over food and defending against predators. Mammoths lived in herds, which allowed them to survive in the cold climate where temperatures could drop to -40 degrees Celsius. Woolly rhinos, close relatives of modern rhinos, also adapted to the cold. These giants, weighing up to 2 tons and reaching heights of nearly 2.5 meters, had thick fur and skin, enabling them to survive in harsh conditions. Their powerful horns were used to break through snow cover in search of food, such as small shrubs and grasses. Cave bears, which could reach weights of up to 1 ton, were also part of this unique ecosystem. These predators living in caves had massive jaws and strong paws, allowing them to dig up roots and catch fish. Their size and strength ensured their dominance in the food chain, but they also faced threats from larger predators. Saber-toothed cats, known as smilodons, were among the most dangerous predators of their time. With fangs up to 25 centimeters long, they hunted large herbivores such as mammoths and rhinos. Their powerful hind legs allowed them to quickly gain speed and maneuver in open landscapes. These giants not only supported the ecosystem, but also influenced the climate conditions of the region. Their movements facilitated the spread of seeds and maintained grasslands, leading to the formation of open spaces necessary for the survival of other species. In turn, predators adapted to these conditions, developing new hunting strategies such as collective hunting and ambush. Competition for resources in this harsh environment led to the evolution of various adaptations, making this period unique in Earth's history. Research by paleontologists shows that the extinction of megafauna occurred due to a combination of climate changes and hunting by early humans. Around 10,000 years ago, with the onset of warming, megafauna began to decline, and many species, such as mammoths and woolly rhinos, became extinct. The remains of these animals are found worldwide, from Siberia to North America, indicating their wide range of habitation. In particular, in Siberia, well-preserved mammoth remains are still found, frozen in permafrost, allowing scientists to study their DNA and build hypotheses about their lives. For example, in 2015, a team of Japanese and Russian scientists extracted DNA from mammoth remains over 30,000 years old, enabling genetic research. The megafauna of the last ice age was not only an impressive sight, but also a key element of the ecosystem, maintaining a balance between herbivores and predators. Their disappearance had a significant impact on ecosystems, as evidenced by changes in vegetation and populations of other animals after their extinction. Thus, the megafauna of the last ice age left an indelible mark on Earth's history, and the study of these creatures continues to attract the attention of scientists and historians worldwide. Findings such as well-preserved fur and tissues provide a unique opportunity to look back in time and understand what this world, filled with life and struggle for survival, was like. At the end of the Pleistocene, approximately 15,000 years ago, a significant melting of glaciers began, leading to the liberation of vast territories from the ice cover that previously occupied almost all of Northern America, as well as significant parts of Europe and Asia. For example, on the territory of modern-day USA, the Laurentide ice sheet, which stretched from Canada to Central America, began to retreat, leaving behind expansive plains and new ecosystems. This liberation of territory from ice meant not only a change in landscape, but also a fundamental transformation of ecosystems. As a result of the melting of glaciers, new lakes were formed, such as Lake Superior and Lake Michigan, which were created due to the melting of glacial masses and subsequent filling of these depressions with water. According to scientists, the global sea level rose by more than 100 meters, which changed coastal ecosystems and created new marine habitats. With the retreat of the ice, forests began to gradually move northward, replacing tundra and taiga. Over the course of several thousand years after the last glacial period, starting from one of the earliest stages of the Holocene, coniferous and deciduous forests began to cover previously bare lands, creating diverse ecosystems rich in flora and fauna. Scientists note that during this period, forests began to develop on previously frozen lands in North America and Europe, which contributed to the appearance of new plant and animal species. Examples include species such as the white spruce and alder, which began to colonize these territories, creating new ecological niches. The ecosystems that emerged as a result of the melting of ice were not only diverse, but also dynamic, with constant changes in the composition of species and their distribution across the territory. As forests moved northward, they created conditions for the life of animals such as moose, deer, and various bird species, allowing them to adapt to new conditions. Scientific research shows that with the changing climatic conditions, there was also the migration of various species, which is confirmed by the findings of animal remains such as mammoths and saber-toothed tigers, which inhabited these ecosystems until their extinction. Simultaneously, ecosystems of bogs and freshwater bodies began to actively develop, providing new habitats for waterfowl and fish. With each new generation of forests, they advanced further north, gradually filling the voids left by the glaciers and creating conditions for the formation of modern ecosystems that we observe today. These changes in ecosystems and landscapes caused by the melting of glaciers led to the formation of unique natural complexes that continue to be studied by scientists. Evidence of this is the fact that in some regions, such as Scandinavia, nature has adapted to new conditions, forming completely unique ecosystems where both coniferous and deciduous tree species coexist. During the melting of glaciers, catastrophic floods occurred, causing destructive breaches of glacial lakes. For example, at the end of the last glacial period, about 12,000 years ago, massive glaciers covered much of North America, forming numerous lakes such as Lake Agassiz. As the ice began to melt, the water pressure in these lakes reached critical levels, ultimately leading to sudden breaches. As a result, these floods did not just erode shorelines, but also shaped new landscapes. In particular, in the area of the present-day state of Washington, the breach of a glacial lake called Missoula resulted in massive megafloods that created distinctive geological features known as escablands. These specific landforms, consisting of vast, flat areas covered with gravel and large rocks, formed in just a few days or weeks as gigantic waterflows, up to 100 kilometers wide, rapidly eroded the soil and washed away the land. Water moving at speeds up to 100 kilometers per hour carved out new valleys and canyons, such as the Snoqualmie Canyon, which witnessed this colossal, destructive process. Sometimes the floods washed away entire sections of land, creating new river channels and altering landscapes that had existed for thousands of years. These events were so catastrophic that they demonstrated the power of nature to transform the appearance of entire regions in a short period. As a result of these floods, not only new geological structures were formed, but also unique ecosystems adapted to the changed conditions. For instance, where glacial lakes once existed, fertile lowlands now emerged, attracting diverse plant and animal species. This confirms that catastrophic floods did not just destroy but also created new biomes. One of the most well-known examples of such changes is the system of canyons in the present-day state of Oregon, where intense water flows carved deep canyons and formed unique geological structures such as the Canyon of 10,000 Lakes. The power of these floods was so great that they moved enormous boulders weighing thousands of tons, which can still be seen in various places along the rivers where they were left behind after the retreat of the glaciers. These events left a significant mark on the geological history and are still studied by scientists seeking to understand how such catastrophic floods influenced the formation of landscapes and ecosystems in North America. The entire process clearly illustrates how, as glaciers melt, they release enormous volumes of water capable of changing the natural landscape in just a few days. At the end of the Pleistocene epoch, approximately 15,000 years ago, a mass extinction of megafauna occurred on Earth, including impressive creatures such as mammoths, mastodons, and giant sloths. The disappearance of these large mammals was the result of a combination of climate change and human pressure. At that time, the climate began to change significantly. Temperatures on the planet were rising, glaciers were retreating, and ecosystems were undergoing serious changes. For example, mammoths, which lived in tundras and steppes and fed on grasses, found their habitat shrinking as the climate became warmer and pastures were lost under forests. Mastodons, which were better adapted to forest conditions, also faced threats as the changing climate destroyed their usual food sources. During this period, humans, who were beginning to settle new territories, also played a role in the extinction of megafauna. Archaeological finds show that ancient people hunted mammoths and mastodons using stone tools and setting traps. For instance, in the 18th millennium before our era, on the territory of the present-day state of Wyoming, remains of a mammoth were found, indicating that humans actively used the meat and bones of these animals. Scientists suggest that hunting and the changes in the landscape caused by human activity exacerbated the situation, forcing megafauna to migrate or adapt to new conditions, which ultimately proved impossible. Giant sloths, which lived in South America, also disappeared at this time. Their extinction is linked to their need for a large amount of food and their inability to quickly adapt to changing climatic conditions. Data on the extinction of megafauna is confirmed by fossil finds, where the bones of these animals often bear marks from stone tools, indicating active human involvement in their destruction. As a result, by the end of the last glacial period, around 10,000 years ago, many species of large mammals disappeared, leaving behind ecological niches that were not filled by other species. This process of extinction not only altered the appearance of flora and fauna, but also influenced the development of human communities, which were forced to adapt to the new conditions of life in the post-glacial world. Scientific research shows that it was during this period that humans began to cultivate agriculture and domesticate animals, which became an important step in the creation of modern society. Fossil remains show that in some regions, megafauna disappeared within a few thousand years, highlighting the speed of the changes occurring on the planet at that time. The extinction of megafauna at the end of the Pleistocene remains one of the most discussed topics in paleontology and ecology, as it illustrates the complex interactions between climate and humans that shaped our planet. Meteorite craters are direct evidence of collisions between Earth and celestial objects, such as asteroids and comets. These craters form when objects moving at high speeds penetrate Earth's atmosphere and impact its surface. The speed at which such objects enter the atmosphere can reach tens of kilometers per second, releasing energy equivalent to hundreds of kilotons of TNT. This is a powerful event that can leave craters ranging from several meters to hundreds of kilometers in diameter. On Earth, traces of such impacts can be found from the early geological periods and represent an important part of the geological record. For example, meteorite craters can be discovered in various geological layers, allowing scientists to determine their age and analyze changes on Earth that occurred after the impact. These craters not only record the moment of collision, but also serve as a basis for studying the consequences of such events, including changes in climate and ecosystems. During the formation of craters, a vast amount of material is ejected, which can create new landscapes or alter existing ones. Some craters, such as those formed by collisions with large asteroids, can cause global ecological changes, including mass extinctions. For instance, it is believed that the impact that created the Chicxulub crater in Mexico around 66 million years ago was a catalyst for the mass extinction of dinosaurs. Thus, craters not only testify to the physical interaction between Earth and space, but also to how these interactions have shaped life on our planet. Geological research shows that some craters have preserved layers containing traces of ancient organisms and plants, allowing scientists to reconstruct the Earth's biosphere in different geological epochs. Scientists like David Kerry and his team actively study these craters using radiometric dating methods to determine their age and investigate processes that occurred during and after the impact. Other methods, such as isotopic and geochemical analysis, help understand how events related to meteorite impacts influenced climate and ecosystems. Earth, being in such a vulnerable position, is constantly at risk from external cosmic forces, and each discovered crater serves as a reminder that our planet is constantly under the influence of space. Scientific research on meteorite craters also emphasizes the importance of monitoring near-Earth objects to prevent potential catastrophes in the future. According to NASA, there are more than 20,000 registered objects that cross Earth's orbit, and many of them pose a potential threat. Each crater left on the surface of Earth testifies to the fact that the planet is not protected from cosmic impacts, and this constant interaction shapes not only its geological but also its biological history. The Arizona crater, also known as Meteor Crater, is one of the most impressive geological structures on Earth. With a diameter of approximately 1 kilometer and a depth of over 100 meters, this crater formed around 50,000 years ago, making it a relatively recent event in geological history. The impact of a meteorite weighing more than 30 tons resulted in the creation of this massive wound on Earth's surface. Visually, the crater is breathtaking. Its walls drop steeply, revealing a vast bowl surrounded by high slopes, covered in debris and rocks. Standing at the edge of the crater, a person feels like a tiny speck against the awe-inspiring and terrifying emptiness created by the catastrophic collision. The scale of the events that formed this structure is staggering. The shock wave from the impact was so powerful that it could be felt more than 100 kilometers from the impact site. The preserved crater serves as a remarkable example of a natural time capsule. where moments of Earth's exposure to cosmic objects are frozen. Through erosion and weathering processes, the crater has maintained its shape over thousands of years, allowing contemporary scientists and tourists to observe the aftermath of this ancient event. The unique structure of the crater attracts numerous researchers who study not only the crater itself, but also its surroundings to understand how such events affect Earth's ecosystems and climate. Each year, the crater becomes more popular among tourists who come to admire its grandeur and ponder how a single moment can transform the face of a planet. The size and impressive state of the crater make it a significant object of study for geologists and astrophysicists who investigate not only its origin, but also the consequences of collisions with celestial bodies. The Arizona crater is not just a geological formation. It serves as a reminder of how vulnerable our planet is in the face of the cosmos. The Popigai crater, located in a remote and hard-to-reach area of eastern Siberia, is one of the largest impact craters on Earth, with a diameter of approximately 130 kilometers. This giant crater formed around 48 million years ago as a result of a collision with a meteorite that could have been several kilometers in diameter. Popigai is not only a geological monument, but also a unique place where the consequences of cosmic catastrophes can be studied. One of the distinctive features of this crater is the impact diamonds that formed during the impact. These diamonds are created under extreme pressure and temperature conditions that arise during the collision and possess unique properties. For example, they can contain inclusions that provide information about the processes that occurred at the time of the impact. Research has shown that the sizes of these diamonds vary from several micrometers to several millimeters, and their shape is often anomalous, indicating rapid formation under high-pressure conditions. The study of the Popigai crater became possible thanks to research expeditions conducted since the late 20th century, when scientists began to realize its significance for understanding impact processes and their influence on the geological history of Earth. In particular, in 2005, Russian geologists under the leadership of Professor Anatoly Sinelnikov conducted detailed studies of the structure of the crater and its surrounding area, which allowed new facts about its origin to be discovered. The Popigai crater is not just a geological anomaly, but also preserves traces of ancient catastrophes that could have changed the climate and ecosystems on Earth. Studying this place also allows us to assess how such events influence the evolution of life on the planet. The complex and multi-layered structure of the crater, consisting of various geological formations, makes it an ideal object for research, allowing scientists to obtain valuable data on the effects of cosmic bodies on Earth. In the area around the crater, not only diamonds but also other minerals such as quartz and feldspar, which were also formed as a result of impact processes, are found. The Popigai crater, due to its size and unique geological features, has become an object of interest not only for geologists but also for astrophysicists who study the consequences of collisions with celestial bodies. All this makes Popigai a unique place where the consequences of cosmic events that occurred millions of years ago can be seen. The locality around the crater, wild and sparsely populated, creates an atmosphere of seclusion and mystery, immersing researchers in thoughts about ancient catastrophes that left their mark on the planet. The unique impact diamonds found in this area are not only a scientific value, but also a symbol of the unpredictability of the cosmos, which can suddenly interfere with life on Earth. These diamonds serve as direct evidence of the power and destructive nature of cosmic bodies, and their study provides scientists with a unique opportunity to look into the past of our planet. The Tunguska event occurred on June 6, 1908, when a powerful explosion rocked the Siberian taiga near the Tunguska River, leaving scientists baffled for over a century. The energy released by the explosion is estimated to be equivalent to 10 megatons of TNT, comparable to the power of an atomic bomb. The uniqueness of the event lies in the fact that despite the immense force of the explosion, no crater was found, as is typically the case with meteorite impacts. Instead, Over 2 million trees were felled within a 40-kilometer radius of the epicenter, creating the impression that a giant hand had uprooted the forest. The area affected by the destruction covered approximately 900 square kilometers, making it one of the largest explosions ever recorded in history, but its cause remains a mystery. Local residents, unaware of what had happened, described bright lights in the sky and a thunder-like roar, followed by a strong wind that swept through the taiga. The first scientific expeditions to the region confirmed the extent of the damage, but failed to determine the exact cause of the incident. Researchers faced significant challenges. The remoteness of the area, lack of infrastructure, and harsh climatic conditions made the study difficult. In the early 20th century, a few scientists, such as the Russian astronomer Fedor Alexeyev, attempted to explain the event as a meteorite or comet impact, but the absence of debris and a crater cast doubt on these theories. Later, other scientists, such as physicist Igor Shklovsky, proposed that the event could have been the explosion of a cosmic body in the atmosphere, leaving no significant traces on the Earth's surface. In recent decades, new technologies like satellite imagery and geophysical studies have allowed for a more detailed examination of the area, but no hypothesis has been definitively proven. The Tunguska event remains a true scientific enigma, attracting researchers from around the world who continue to seek answers to the questions of what happened on that mysterious day. For example, in 2003, a group of scientists led by Alexander Kostyukov conducted an expedition studying soil and vegetation samples in the area of the presumed epicenter of the explosion, but their results were inconclusive. Numerous theories, ranging from a meteorite impact to the destruction of an alien spacecraft, only serve to fuel interest in this event. The mystery of the Tunguska event continues to stir the imagination, as it not only destroyed the Siberian taiga, but also left behind a multitude of questions that science has yet to answer. A significant aspect of studying this event is that it serves as a reminder of how vulnerable our world is to the forces of the cosmos, which can suddenly alter the course of life on the planet. February 15, 2013 became a day that the residents of Chelyabinsk will never forget. The morning began as usual, but at 10 o'clock a bright flash streaked across the sky. It was a meteorite weighing about 20 tons, entering Earth's atmosphere at a speed of around 60,000 kilometers per hour. Initially, it was spotted in several regions, but Chelyabinsk was at the epicenter of this cosmic event. The explosion had a power of about 15 kilotons in TNT equivalent, comparable to nuclear weapons, and the shockwave shattered windows in thousands of buildings. Hundreds of people were injured by glass fragments, and in some houses partitions were blown apart and walls were damaged. More than 2,000 buildings, including schools and hospitals, were damaged, with the total damage amounting to around 1 billion rubles. Local residents who were outside at the time described their experiences as surreal. A bright flash accompanied by a deep, rumbling sound, as if the fabric of reality itself was being torn apart. For several hours after the meteorite fell, rescuers, police, and local residents flocked to the scene, eager to help and learn more about what had happened. Search teams began to investigate the area, and soon several fragments of the meteorite were found. One of the largest fragments, weighing around 7 kilograms, was discovered in Chebarkul Lake, where meteorite hunters, equipped with metal detectors, were scouring the shores. This fragment became one of the most famous samples and is now housed in the Chelyabinsk State Museum. Scientists from around the world began to actively study the meteorite to understand its composition and origin. As a result of the research, it was determined that it belongs to the group of chondrites, ancient meteorites that have preserved information about the early stages of the formation of the solar system. The Chelyabinsk meteorite became not only a subject of scientific interest, but also a symbol of an unexpected cosmic threat that intruded into everyday life. This incident once again underscores that even in the modern world, where technology is developing at a rapid pace we remain vulnerable to unknown natural phenomena. The event in Chelyabinsk served as a reminder that the cosmos is not so distant, and its forces can intrude into our familiar world at any moment. In response to this incident, discussions began worldwide about the need for monitoring celestial bodies that could pose a threat to our planet. Specialists from various countries began to unite their efforts to develop early warning systems for such events. Tsunamis are gigantic waves that can occur due to underwater earthquakes, landslides, or impacts from celestial bodies. These enormous waves form when there is a sudden change in water level in the ocean, such as when the ocean floor moves. During an underwater earthquake, which occurs along fault lines like the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Earth's crust shifts, lifting or lowering large sections of the ocean floor. This creates powerful waves that can travel at speeds up to 600 kilometers per hour in open ocean, remaining almost imperceptible to ships and people on the surface. In open water, the height of such waves can be only a few dozen centimeters, but as they approach the shore and encounter shallower water, the waves begin to grow. This happens because the decreasing depth of the ocean floor causes the water to rise and compress, increasing the height of the wave to 30 meters or more. When a tsunami reaches the shore, its destructive force is catastrophic. Water can sweep away buildings, uproot trees with their roots, and carry everything in its path. This natural disaster, which often arises from deceptive calm, can be a complete surprise for residents of coastal areas who may not even notice the unimaginable events unfolding in the open ocean. For instance, landslides underwater where rocks fall into the sea can also generate tsunami waves. Impacts from celestial bodies, such as asteroids, can have similar catastrophic consequences, creating powerful wave pulses that travel long distances. These waves, moving across the ocean, can reach the shore with immense energy, destroying everything in their path. Studies show that tsunamis can travel thousands of kilometers, and only as they approach land do their true nature become apparent. The mechanism of tsunami formation remains a mystery to many, but its consequences are known to all who have experienced its destructive power. The perception of tsunamis as a quiet, almost imperceptible phenomenon in open ocean is misleading, and it is precisely this that makes them particularly dangerous for people living along the coast. Scientific research shows that tsunamis can have complex wave structures that can also generate multiple waves, making their prediction and evacuation more challenging. The tsunami in the Indian Ocean, which occurred on December 26, 2004, was one of the most devastating natural disasters in history. The cause of this tsunami was a powerful earthquake with a magnitude of 9 on the Richter scale, which took place on the floor of the Indian Ocean, approximately 12 kilometers from the coast of Sumatra, Indonesia. This earthquake was the result of the collision of the Indian and Burmese tectonic plates, which led to a sudden shift in the Earth's crust and the release of a massive volume of water. As a result, the tsunami waves formed by this event began their rapid movement across the ocean at speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour, comparable to the speed of a jet aircraft. When the waves reached the shore, their height varied from several meters to 30 meters, depending on the underwater topography and the shape of the coastline. For example, on the coasts of Indonesia and Sri Lanka, the waves reached heights of up to 25 meters, destroying everything in their path, while in some places where the water was deeper, the wave height remained lower. The tsunami struck the shores of more than 12 countries, including Thailand, Myanmar, the Maldives, India, and Somalia, claiming the lives of more than 230,000 people and leaving millions homeless. In the Indonesian city of Banda Aceh, which was at the epicenter of the disaster, the waves washed away entire neighborhoods and in some places even swept away entire buildings. The spread of the tsunami was so rapid that in some countries they did not even have time to sound the alarm. As a result of the destruction caused by the tsunami, millions of people were left without access to clean water and medical care, leading to further epidemics and humanitarian crises in the region. The height and strength of the waves depended not only on the earthquake, but also on the characteristics of the underwater topography. In shallow water, the waves quickly gained height, while in deep ocean areas, they lost their power but maintained their speed. This phenomenon played a key role in how the waves reached the shore, causing irreparable damage. In the aftermath of the disaster, international organizations began to provide assistance to the victims and initiated the creation of an early warning system for tsunamis in the Indian Ocean. The tsunami of 2004 left deep scars in the ecosystems of the coastlines, particularly in countries like Indonesia, Sri Lanka, and Thailand, where mangrove forests and coral reefs became victims of the powerful force of nature. Mangrove forests, which serve as natural protection against strong waves and are home to numerous animal species, suffered enormous losses. According to scientists, in some areas up to 70% of these forests were destroyed. A study conducted in 2006 by a group of ecologists led by Dr. Tom Smithson showed that the restoration of mangrove ecosystems would take more than 10 years, and this restoration would depend on the successful recovery of their root systems, which were torn apart by powerful waves. Coral reefs, which protect the coast and provide habitat for fish, also suffered. According to the World Wildlife Fund, around 30% of the reefs on the eastern coast of the Indian Ocean were destroyed, leading to a sharp decline in fish stocks. Additionally, corals that could potentially recover face challenges due to rising water temperatures and pollution caused by debris and chemicals washed ashore. One of the most serious problems faced by local residents was the salinization of agricultural land. According to local agronomists, more than 140,000 hectares of land became unsuitable for agriculture, leading to an increase in food prices and serious food shortages. The change in the landscape of the coast was also evident. As a result of the destructive waves, many beaches disappeared, and new land areas were formed due to sediment deposits, affecting the usual migration routes of animals and fish. After several years, ecosystems began to slowly recover. By 2009, some species of corals began to grow again, and new young trees appeared in the mangrove forests, but the recovery process is slow and requires protection and support. Scientists from the University of Bangkok in 2012 noted that without active human intervention, recovery could take decades, and many species may disappear forever. Moreover, local communities are beginning to understand the importance of preserving the natural environment. Programs for the restoration of mangrove forests and the protection of coral reefs have become the basis for a new approach to the ecosystem services they provide, including protection from future natural disasters. In such conditions, ecosystems remain vulnerable, but there is hope for recovery. In 2020, scientists observed an increase in the population of some fish species on restored reefs, indicating that life on the affected territories is gradually returning. Paleokwame. These are ancient tsunamis that have left traces in the geological record, and studying these phenomena allows us to understand not only their frequency, but also the scale they could reach. Geologists use various methods to detect and analyze the deposits left by paleotsunamis. For example, they study layers of sedimentary rocks on coastlines where specific markers such as small fragments, marine organisms, and unique geochemical signatures can be found. In 2006, a group of researchers led by Professor John Murphy of the University of California, Santa Barbara discovered deposits in the St. Lucia Bay area of Florida that indicated a powerful tsunami that occurred about 8,000 years ago. These deposits were analyzed using radiocarbon dating, which allowed for the precise determination of the event's age. To interpret the data, geologists use the concept of tsunami layers, where each layer represents the result of a specific event, and compare them with other geological and archaeological data to form a complete picture. This knowledge is critically important for assessing the risks of future tsunamis, as it helps identify areas most vulnerable to these disasters. In 2012, researchers in Japan studying the deposits left by paleotsunamis found that such events occurred in the region with a periodicity of approximately every 300 years. This discovery formed the basis for developing more accurate forecasting models. Based on the collected data, geologists create tsunami risk maps that assist local authorities in planning evacuation routes and constructing protective structures. For example, in 2017 in Indonesia, where devastating tsunamis have already occurred, scientists analyzed deposits on the island of Sumatra, revealing the historical frequency and scale of such events in the region. The research shows that in the past, waves up to 30 meters high occurred, and this knowledge helps local communities better prepare for possible disasters. Paleotsunamis have left a significant mark not only in geology, but also in the cultural memory of coastal peoples who passed down legends about the powerful waves that once swept over their land. Earthquakes are sudden and powerful phenomena that occur as a result of the rapid displacement of blocks of the Earth's crust. This process typically takes place at the boundaries of tectonic plates, where accumulated stress reaches a critical point and energy is suddenly released. This results in a series of seismic waves that radiate in various directions from the epicenter. These waves are classified into several types: primary P waves, secondary S waves, and surface waves. P waves are longitudinal waves that travel the fastest, passing through both solid and liquid media. S waves are transverse waves that travel slower and can only pass through solid materials. Surface waves, on the other hand, cause vibrations on the Earth's surface and can be particularly destructive. Their speed is lower, but they have a larger amplitude and can cause significant damage to buildings and infrastructure. The mechanics of these processes are not subject to precise prediction. Sometimes earthquakes occur in places where they were not expected, and their consequences can be catastrophic. For example, strong tremors can lead to the collapse of buildings, the destruction of bridges, and even tsunamis if the epicenter is underwater. The magnitude of an earthquake is measured on the Richter scale, where each unit increase corresponds to approximately a 10-fold increase in the amplitude of seismic waves. An earthquake of 8 on this scale is already a significant test for any urban infrastructure, while 9 and above can lead to complete destruction. Statistics show that on average more than 10,000 earthquakes occur on Earth each year, but most of them are weak and not felt by people. Earthquakes can occur anywhere on the planet, but the most active seismic zones are located along the Pacific Ring of Fire. This explains why countries in this zone, such as Japan, Chile, and Indonesia, regularly face devastating earthquakes. From a geological perspective, the formation of earthquakes is a result of the long-term accumulation of energy in the Earth's crust, which eventually finds an outlet, creating powerful shocks. Each earthquake leaves its mark in the form of micro-cracks and changes in topography, making the study of these phenomena important for understanding the dynamics of our planet. The Great Lisbon Earthquake occurred on November 1, 1755, and was one of the most devastating natural disasters in European history. The magnitude of this earthquake, according to modern estimates, was around 8 on the Richter scale. The epicenter was located in the Atlantic Ocean, approximately 100 kilometers off the coast of Portugal. The earthquake not only destroyed buildings but entire neighborhoods of Lisbon. Around 30% of the city's houses collapsed, resulting in the deaths of between 30,000 and 100,000 people. This event was a true tragedy for the Portuguese people. Following the earthquake, a powerful tsunami struck the coast, causing further destruction. The water reached heights of up to 30 meters, flooding coastal areas and destroying everything in its path. Many people died trying to escape the approaching wave. However, the disasters did not end there. Fires broke out in Lisbon immediately after the earthquake and continued for several days. The fire destroyed what remained of the city after the earthquake and tsunami and completely wiped out entire quarters of the city. These catastrophic events resonated widely in European society and sparked philosophical debates about the nature of evil and divine providence. Philosophers such as Voltaire and Leibniz began questioning how a good and all-knowing God could exist in a world with such horrific events. Leibniz, in his work Theodicy, argued that the world we live in is the best possible, despite the suffering it brings. This earthquake also served as a catalyst for the development of seismology as a science. Scientific research initiated after the disaster helped to understand the nature of earthquakes and their consequences. The reconstruction of Lisbon began almost immediately after the catastrophe, and King Joseph I launched large-scale construction projects that transformed the city's architectural landscape. As a result of the earthquake, a new system of urban planning was created, taking into account the risk of future seismic events. Scientists like the Portuguese naturalist José Silva began studying the physics and dynamics of earthquakes, laying the foundation for further research in this field. These efforts led to the creation of the first seismographs, which began recording the Earth's vibrations. Scientific communities across Europe took notice of the need to study earthquakes, which eventually led to the creation of the first prediction systems in the 20th century. The Great Lisbon earthquake was not only a turning point in the history of Portugal, but also in the world. On the night of April 18, 1906, an earthquake of approximately 7.5 magnitude struck San Francisco, caused by the San Andreas Fault, which runs along the coast of California. The epicenter was just 32 kilometers from the city, and the tremors resulted in extensive damage. Almost all the wooden buildings in the city center collapsed like a house of cards. Estimates suggest that around 25,000 buildings were destroyed. People sleeping in their homes woke up to the wild shaking and, running out onto the streets, saw smoke rising from the roofs where they had been peacefully sleeping just minutes before. However, the real catastrophe unfolded after the earthquake. Damaged gas lines and stoves caused numerous fires that engulfed the city. Firefighters, desperately trying to control the flames, were paralyzed. They lacked the manpower and equipment to fight the fire that was spreading rapidly. As a result, the fire consumed more than 21 square kilometers, and only a few areas remained untouched. The flames raged for several days, and many residents, left homeless, believed that the earthquake was just the beginning of their troubles. The city was in chaos. People were searching for their loved ones, trying to save their belongings and finding shelter from the fire that was burning the streets. All this happened amidst screams, cries, and futile attempts to help each other. By the time the fire was extinguished, the damage from it surpassed the destruction caused by the earthquake itself. Estimates suggest that more than 3,000 people died, and the number of displaced reached nearly 200,000. Making it a genuine humanitarian catastrophe, given the city's population of 500,000 at the time. The city's recovery took years, and it was not until 1912 that San Francisco could return to its former life. But the spirit and memory of that terrible night remained in the hearts of the citizens forever. Notably, many of the houses built after the earthquake became models of earthquake-resistant construction, demonstrating how tragedy can serve as a catalyst for change and improvement in architecture. Seismic-resistant construction has become an integral part of architectural practice in regions prone to earthquakes, and its development is linked to numerous scientific studies and engineering solutions. Since the early 20th century, when devastating earthquakes like the San Francisco earthquake in 1906 demonstrated the vulnerability of ordinary buildings, engineers began searching for methods to protect lives and property. One of the first steps in this direction was the use of dampers, which help absorb and dissipate energy generated during earthquakes. Engineers such as Professor Edward L. Lerner from the University of California, Berkeley, developed damping systems that are used in modern skyscrapers. For example, in the Tokyo Skytree in Japan, built in 2012. This tower uses a system that includes massive weights on the upper floors that move in the opposite direction to the building's vibrations, thereby reducing its oscillations. The second important technology is flexible structures. Engineers began using special materials such as high-strength steel and composite fibers, which allow buildings to bend rather than break. For example, in 2008, the Gran Torre Santiago skyscraper in Chile successfully withstood strong earthquakes thanks to its flexible structure and the use of modern construction technologies. Additionally, in recent years, technologies have been actively developed that allow the use of special foundations that can float on the surface of the ground, thereby minimizing the impact of vibrations on the building. This approach was used in the construction of a new art museum in Los Angeles, opened in 2015, which uses a floating foundation system, allowing it to maintain stability during earthquakes. It is important to note that seismic-resistant construction requires strict norms and standards, such as the Seismic Safety Code, adopted in the United States in 1981. This code is designed to protect buildings from earthquakes and is regularly updated based on new research and technologies. Countries such as Japan and Chile, which frequently experience seismic activity, have established their own strict building codes based on long-term experience and research. For example, after the 1955 Tokyo earthquake, Japan updated its building standards, emphasizing seismic resistance and stability. Thus, seismic-resistant construction continues to develop based on advanced research and technologies that help protect lives and preserve property. In recent years, attention has also been paid to the use of new materials such as carbon nanotubes, which can significantly increase the strength of structures. This opens new horizons in the design of buildings, capable of withstanding even the most powerful earthquakes. Early warning systems for earthquakes play a critical role in saving lives by providing people with time to take shelter before the arrival of destructive waves. These systems are based on a network of seismometers strategically placed to monitor earthquakes in real time. For instance, Japan, one of the countries with the most advanced systems, has over 200 seismometers that can detect even the slightest underground tremors. These devices can record changes in seismic activity and transmit data to information processing centers. The data processing algorithms used in these centers analyze the received data at an incredible speed, allowing the epicenter and magnitude of an earthquake to be determined in just a few seconds. For example, an algorithm developed in the 2000s in Japan can process information in just 3 seconds, enabling the prediction of where and how strong an earthquake will be. The method of notifying the public is also crucial. Many countries, including Mexico and the United States, use various methods such as text messages, television and radio broadcasts, and specialized mobile applications that instantly inform people of an impending threat. In Mexico, for example, the warning system operates on the principle of a warning signal that is transmitted through loudspeakers installed in public places. This allows people who are on the street or in public places to quickly react and find shelter. In the seconds when every moment counts, these systems can save many lives by allowing people to take refuge in safe zones, such as under tables or in designated areas. In some cases, such as in Japan, the system can provide a warning 10 seconds before the main shock, which, according to scientists, can reduce the number of casualties by 30%. Implementing such technologies requires significant investments and constant equipment updates, but their effectiveness is hard to overestimate. For example, in 2000, Chile implemented a new system that detected an earthquake with a magnitude of 8.3, allowing the population to be warned just 5 seconds before the onset of the underground tremors. Such a quick response significantly increases the chances of survival, especially in densely populated areas. Scientific research shows that even a slight delay in warning can result in significant losses, so continuous improvement of these systems is a priority for many governments. The climate of Earth has always been characterized by variability, with fundamental changes occurring throughout its geological history, creating conditions ranging from greenhouse states to ice age periods. During greenhouse conditions, when the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was significantly higher than today, Earth experienced high temperatures, which facilitated the spread of tropical forests, even in places where cold climates prevail today. For example, about 90 million years ago during the Cretaceous period, the planet's temperature could reach 32 degrees Celsius, and the polar regions were free of ice. Research shows that during this time, the sea level was more than 100 meters higher than today, leading to the formation of extensive shallow seas, which in turn became habitats for numerous marine organisms. In contrast, during Ice Age periods characterized by extensive polar ice caps and global temperature drops, the planet faced significant changes in ecosystems. For instance, during the last ice ages, which began around 2 million years ago, temperatures could drop by 10 degrees below the current level, resulting in the formation of vast ice sheets stretching thousands of kilometers. These ice sheets covered significant areas of North America and Europe, altering the landscape, creating new geographical features, and influencing the migration of species. The study of oxygen isotopes in ice cores shows that climatic changes occurred cyclically, with periods of warmth alternating with cold spells, which is confirmed by data on fluctuations in the levels of carbon dioxide and methane. Over millions of years, Earth has been passing through climatic swings, where each change in the atmosphere left its mark in geological formations. Such changes also affected the level of biological diversity. During warm periods, life flourished, while ice ages often led to mass extinctions. Climate change systems have become part of the planet's dynamics, where even small temperature fluctuations could have colossal consequences for ecosystems. For example, changes in the composition of the atmosphere related to volcanic activity or changes in solar radiation could cause abrupt climatic shifts. In turn, these changes affected sea levels, which in turn influenced the climate, creating a closed loop of interconnections. Geologists and climatologists such as Professor James Hansen emphasize the importance of understanding these historical changes for predicting future climatic conditions. The presence of ice caps on the poles today is just one example of how the Earth's climate system responds to external and internal factors. Over the past few tens of thousands of years, the planet's temperature has fluctuated, and such changes have occurred not once, confirming that stability is an illusion. Scientific data show that even within one ice age, the climate could change over the course of a few thousand years, creating conditions for new species and causing the extinction of old ones. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum occurred approximately 56 million years ago and was one of the most significant climatic events in Earth's history. This abrupt warming, reaching its peak during the Eocene epoch, caused the surface temperature of oceans to rise by 5 to 8 degrees Celsius. Such a temperature change had catastrophic effects on marine and terrestrial ecosystems. For instance, during this time, many marine species, including certain groups of crustaceans and mollusks, went extinct because they couldn't adapt to the new temperature conditions and oxygen levels in the water. Studies show that various faunal communities, such as coral reefs, underwent significant changes in their composition. For example, corals that lived in warm waters began to inhabit new areas, while many species that previously thrived in cooler waters disappeared. On land, the changes were no less dramatic. Forests that were previously dominated by coniferous trees became more diverse and began to include tropical species such as palms and magnolias. This indicates that the ranges of plants shifted significantly to the north, where conditions became more favorable. Some groups of mammals, such as primates, began to actively develop and adapt to the warmth, while less adaptable species went extinct due to competition and changes in their habitats. Paleontological findings, such as fossilized remains of mammals, show that during this time, the first ancestors of modern elephants and whales appeared and adapted to the new conditions. The Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum also contributed to the formation of extensive wetlands and boggy areas, which in turn affected the carbon cycle and further altered the climate. Approximately 80% of the carbon released into the atmosphere during this period came from deep-sea methane sources, which further exacerbated global warming. All this created unique conditions for the evolution of new ecosystems that would form over millions of years. As a result, this period became the starting point for the formation of modern ecosystems and the survival of only the most adaptable species. During the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, which occurred around 56 million years ago, the primary driver of global warming was a massive release of methane from methane hydrates located on the ocean floor. Methane hydrates are crystalline structures composed of water and methane that form under high pressure and low temperature. As ocean temperatures rose due to the initial warming, these methane hydrates began to decompose, releasing enormous volumes of methane into the atmosphere. Studies indicate that methane levels in the atmosphere at that time could have increased by 200% compared to current levels. This methane release triggered a chain reaction. The increase in greenhouse gas concentrations led to further warming, which in turn facilitated the decomposition of more methane hydrates. This created a positive feedback loop that temporarily destabilized the planet's climate system. For example, data from oceanographers show that surface ocean temperatures could have reached over 30 degrees Celsius, further enhancing methane release from ocean depths. Additionally, it is hypothesized that such temperature changes could have altered ocean currents, exacerbating the situation. The volume of methane released into the atmosphere was so great that it affected the chemical composition of the atmosphere, increasing ocean acidity and impacting marine ecosystems. Research by geochemists shows that atmospheric carbon dioxide levels during this period could have reached over 1,000 parts per million, a significant deviation from current norms. These changes, in turn, contributed to mass extinctions of marine species such as belemnites and certain types of corals that could not adapt to the rapidly changing conditions. Therefore, the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum was a pivotal event in Earth's history, demonstrating how small changes in climate conditions can lead to large-scale ecological catastrophes. As a result of these processes, which lasted for several million years, modern ecosystems and species were formed. From a geological timescale perspective, this period served as an important lesson about how quickly climate changes can impact the biosphere. Zemlya Snezhka is a hypothetical period in the history of our planet when glaciers covered almost the entire surface, including equatorial regions. Scientific research indicates that such conditions could have occurred several times, for example, at the end of the Neoproterozoic era, about 750 million years ago, when the Earth's temperature significantly decreased and the planet entered a state of global glaciation. In the conditions of Zemlya Snezhka, oceans froze to the equator, forming powerful ice sheets up to several kilometers thick in some region. Under these conditions, photosynthesis practically ceased, which had catastrophic consequences for life on the planet. Scientific data show that the biosphere experienced a severe stress, and many species went extinct because they could not adapt to conditions where water temperature fell to -50 degrees Celsius. However, life persisted in isolated shelters such as hot springs and submarine hydrothermal vents where temperatures could reach 100 degrees. These ecosystems, rich in hydrogen sulfide and minerals, became true oases of life. For example, unique types of bacteria and archaea were found in such places, which could survive in extreme conditions, becoming a subject of study for microbiologists. Subglacial lakes also offered protection for some marine organisms, which could exist due to residual heat from the Earth's interior and oxygen exchange with the atmosphere. Thus, while most of the planet was covered in ice, these isolated ecosystems continued to evolve, creating unique conditions for life. Research shows that such hypothetical scenarios led not only to ecological but also geological changes. as glaciation could affect sea level and the composition of the atmosphere. Periods of Zemlya Snezhka were likely associated with changes in the carbon cycle when the level of carbon dioxide decreased due to the absence of photosynthesis. This created a closed loop. A decrease in carbon led to cooling, which in turn further reduced the level of carbon dioxide. There are assumptions that such cycles repeated over millions of years, ultimately creating conditions conducive to the emergence of the life we know today. Scientific data show that Zemlya Snezhka could have lasted up to 100 million years, making this period one of the longest in the history of the planet. Starting from the moment when Earth, the snowball Earth, reached its maximum cooling, there was a gradual but inexorable accumulation of volcanic gases in the atmosphere. Volcanic activity, which did not cease even during the Ice Age, released carbon dioxide and methane, creating conditions conducive to a transition to a new climatic state. Approximately 80 million years ago, when ice sheets covered much of the planet, volcanoes such as Kilimanjaro in Africa and Etna in Italy began to emit significant volumes of greenhouse gases. Carbon dioxide, being heavy and stable, accumulated in the atmosphere, leading over time to an intensification of the greenhouse effect. This effect in turn caused an increase in temperature, which led to the melting of glaciers and the release of methane, another powerful greenhouse gas trapped beneath them. Studies show that the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere increased from less than 30 parts per million to more than 400 parts per million during the transition out of the snowball Earth state, which is a significant increase. Approximately 10 million years after the beginning of this process, the Earth's temperature rose by more than 10 degrees Celsius, marking a catastrophic shift from an icy world to a warm climate. Glaciers that once covered vast territories began to melt rapidly, releasing enormous volumes of water, which also contributed to the rise in sea levels. During this time, the planet experienced cataclysms caused by rapid climate changes. Vast ice sheets gave way to extensive water bodies, such as the Arctic Ocean, which began to form around 80 million years ago. This ocean, rich in heat and carbon, became an incubator for more complex forms of life, creating conditions in which life could develop and adapt. Volcanic activity continued to support this new climate by releasing more and more gases, creating a feedback loop. The more gases were emitted, the faster the glaciers melted, the more carbon was released into the atmosphere. As a result, by 80 million years ago, Earth was no longer the frozen planet it once was. The climatic system was rapidly transitioning from one extreme state to another, creating conditions for the emergence and flourishing of new ecosystems. The carbon cycle, which had been on the brink of collapse, now became the foundation for the formation of new biomes and the diversity of life. On the horizon of our planet, a new phenomenon has emerged: mass extinction caused by human activity, occurring at a rate that exceeds natural extinction levels by tens and hundreds of times. According to scientists' estimates, the level of species extinction in the Anthropocene, which began to be distinguished at the beginning of the 20th century, is from 100 to 1,000 animal and plant species per year. This means that humanity has become the dominant factor in ecosystem change, playing a role previously held by natural catastrophes. For example, as a result of deforestation, climate change, and environmental pollution, entire ecosystems that formed over millions of years are disappearing. 80 million years ago, Earth experienced large-scale mass extinctions, but then the cause was natural disasters such as meteorite impacts and volcanic activity. Today, however, the main threat comes from the actions of a single species, humans, whose interference creates problems for all others. Due to intensive agriculture, urbanization, and industrial production, the habitat of many species on the planet is shrinking, leading to their disappearance. Scientists like Dr. Kenneth Melling have noted that modern species extinction is not just a natural process, but a consequence of human activity, creating a unique situation. Around 40% of all known terrestrial vertebrate animals and more than 30% of all plants are under threat of extinction. According to the International Union for Conservation of Nature, in recent decades we have witnessed the disappearance of at least 600 species of mammals, 30 species of birds, and tens of thousands of invertebrate species. This situation seriously threatens ecosystems as the loss of each species affects other organisms and the balance of nature as a whole. For example, the final disappearance of bees and other pollinators could lead to catastrophic consequences for agriculture and food security. It is important to understand that humanity has become not only a witness, but also the main cause of global ecological transformation, and this transformation has its roots in our everyday actions and consumer habits. The pursuit of economic growth based on the exploitation of natural resources creates a vicious circle in which the destruction of nature becomes the norm. Modern technologies and industries, such as the oil industry and mass production, also contribute to ecological catastrophes, polluting the air and water bodies, which in turn affects biological diversity. Thus, the Anthropocene is not just a new geological period, but an era when the influence of a single species on the planet has become so significant that it changes the very essence of life on Earth. It is important to note that many of these changes occur so quickly that ecosystems do not have time to adapt, leading to irreversible consequences. According to scientists, if no active measures are taken to protect nature, by the end of the 21st century we may lose up to 50% of the species on the planet. These figures underscore the seriousness of the situation and the need to pay attention to the actions we take every day. Current ecological crises such as climate change and the destruction of natural habitats have become part of everyday life, and ignoring their consequences is no longer possible. Each of us bears responsibility for the future of our planet, and it is our decisions that will determine whether we can preserve the remaining species for future generations. In Australia, at the end of the Holocene, there occurred a catastrophic loss of megafauna, which was a result of the combination of factors related to the arrival of the first people on the continent. Around 40,000 years ago, Aboriginals arrived in Australia, bringing with them a new threat to the local fauna. The isolation of Australian animals and plants over millions of years led to unique evolution, but it also made the ecosystems particularly vulnerable to new predators, such as humans. At that time, the continent was home to giant marsupials like the Megatherium, giant lizards up to 4 meters long, and Diprotodon, the largest known marsupials, weighing up to 3 tons. The new hunters, using fire and tools, began to actively hunt these megafauna species. The disappearance of large herbivores like Diprotodon led to significant changes in Australian ecosystems. These animals played a key role in maintaining vegetation as their feeding habits promoted the spread of certain plant species. With the decrease in the number of large herbivores, some plant species began to dominate, leading to changes in plant communities and an increase in the number of shrubs, as well as a decrease in biodiversity. Additionally, changes in vegetation also affected fire regimes. With an increase in the number of shrubs and dry grasses, the frequency and intensity of natural fires increased, creating additional challenges for the survival of the remaining fauna. By the 6th millennium BCE, more than 20 species of large mammals had disappeared, including giants like the giant kangaroo and large carnivorous marsupials such as Thylacoleo. This loss of fauna was not only an ecological catastrophe, but also led to changes in the lives of the indigenous peoples of Australia, who had to adapt to new hunting and gathering conditions in the altered natural environment. As a result of the disappearance of megafauna, Australian ecosystems became less resilient, which in turn affected the ability of small animal species to survive. Ultimately, the collapse of these ecosystems became a harbinger of the modern ecological challenges we face today, as many species are now threatened with extinction. Australia, with its unique and diverse fauna, serves as a striking example of how human activity can fundamentally alter an ecosystem. Over the past few decades, scientists have discovered that some of the extinct species could potentially restore their populations if given the opportunity, opening new horizons for understanding the interaction between humans and nature. The dodo, also known as the dodo, was a flightless pigeon that inhabited the island of Mauritius and became a symbol of human short-sightedness and the tragic fate of endangered species. This species, which reached heights of up to 1 meter and weighed around 10 kilograms, was discovered by Europeans in the late 16th century when the island became part of the sailors' routes. The first references to the dodo appeared in the 16th century when Dutch researchers, such as Adrian van der Does, described its appearance but did not realize it was a unique species on the brink of extinction. The dodo could not fly, making it vulnerable to predators that colonizers brought with them. Pigs, rats, and dogs began to hunt the eggs and chicks that nested on the ground. By the beginning of the 17th century, just a few decades after the island was discovered, the dodo population began to decline rapidly. By the 18th century, the number of individuals had dropped to several hundred, and the last record of the dodo was made in 1699. The birds could not adapt to the new conditions, and by 1695, the species was completely wiped out. Unfortunately, the dodo fell victim to human greed and ignorance when its meat became popular among sailors, and its unique lifestyle and habits were not understood and appreciated. This tragedy clearly illustrates how quickly species disappear when their habitat is destroyed and new threats act ruthlessly. As a result of hunting and the introduction of predators, the dodo disappeared from the face of the earth in less than 100 years after contact with humans, and its story serves as a warning about the importance of treating nature and its inhabitants with care. Unfortunately, many species, like the dodo, continue to be at risk of extinction, and the lessons learned from its fate are not always taken into account. The preservation of disappearing species has become a critically important task, requiring modern and innovative approaches. One of the most effective methods is captive breeding, which is actively used to save rare and endangered animals. For example, the San Diego Zoo, which has been engaged in species conservation since the 19th century, successfully bred animals like black rhinos and Amur tigers. In 2018, the zoo announced that thanks to the captive breeding program, the number of black rhinos increased from fewer than 50 individuals to more than 1,000. This program includes not only breeding, but also reintroducing animals into the wild, which allows populations to be restored in their natural habitats. Another crucial aspect of conservation is genetic material cryopreservation. This method allows seeds, eggs, sperm, and even entire cells to be stored in low-temperature conditions. For instance, in 2017, scientists at the University of California, Davis successfully froze the sperm of rare fish species, providing the opportunity to restore their populations in the future. In this context, it is worth mentioning the Frozen Zoo project, established in the 1990s and currently storing genetic material samples from more than 1,000 species of animals, including endangered ones like the Sumatran tiger. Restoring ecosystems is an integral part of biodiversity conservation. This includes not only protecting existing habitats but also actively restoring damaged ecosystems. For example, the Mangrove Forest Restoration Project in Bangladesh, which began in 2001, has already led to an increase in local fauna, including rare bird and fish species. Scientists are also actively working on restoring ecosystems in desert areas, such as the project to restore vegetation in New Zealand, which has been ongoing since the early 2000s to restore the natural balance. Environmental organizations such as the World Wildlife Fund and UNESCO actively support biodiversity conservation projects by funding research and facilitating international cooperation. As a result of the efforts of scientists and environmental organizations, for example, in 2020, the European beaver population was successfully reintroduced in Scotland, marking a significant step in restoring the region's ecosystem. These examples demonstrate that despite the threats facing nature, Modern methods of species conservation provide hope for a future where biodiversity will be protected for future generations. It is important to understand that each of these methods requires significant effort and resources, but they are indispensable for preventing new cases of extinction. Anthropogenic climate changes pose a significant threat to our planet, driven by human activities that lead to a substantial increase in the concentration of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases in the atmosphere. The primary mechanism of this process is that carbon dioxide and methane entering the atmosphere create a kind of blanket for the Earth, trapping heat and thus contributing to the rise in global temperature. Since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution in the 18th century, when the widespread burning of coal and oil became the main source of energy, the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere has increased by more than 40%. This concentration of carbon dioxide, which has reached approximately 480 parts per million, significantly exceeds natural levels that have existed for centuries. The level of methane is also rising, which has a greater warming potential than carbon dioxide, further intensifying the greenhouse effect. In addition to the combustion of fossil fuels, agriculture, particularly livestock farming, also contributes to the increase in greenhouse gas emissions, as cattle produce methane during digestion. This greenhouse gas is 18 times more effective in trapping heat than carbon dioxide. Changes in land use, such as deforestation, also exacerbate the situation, as trees absorb carbon dioxide and their destruction leads to an increase in its concentration in the atmosphere. The cumulative effect of these factors creates a growing sense of imbalance in the planet's climate system. The intensification of climate processes such as glacier melting, sea level rise, and the increase in the frequency of extreme weather events is a result of this imbalance. Human activity accelerates natural climate changes that have been occurring over millions of years, creating conditions in which the planet faces new and unpredictable challenges. Ultimately, climate change is not just a threat, it has already become a reality that humanity must address. According to the World Meteorological Organization, over the past few decades, the average temperature on the planet has risen by 1 whole degree Celsius, which is a worrying sign. While scientific models predict that we may face even more dramatic changes if we do not take decisive action, it is important to remember that these processes are already underway. For example, in the Arctic, the temperature is rising at twice the global average rate, leading to rapid glacier melting and consequences for the local ecosystem. The melting of Arctic ice is happening at an alarming rate, and this has serious consequences for ecosystems and indigenous populations in the region. According to the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration of the United States, since the 1990s, the area of sea ice in the Arctic Ocean has decreased by more than 60%. While in the 1980s, the minimum ice area was around 7 million square kilometers, by 2020 this figure had dropped to less than 4 million square kilometers. The reduction in ice area is not only due to its melting, but also to the decrease in its thickness. For example, in 2019, scientists from the University of Alberta found that the average thickness of Arctic sea ice had decreased from 3 meters in the 1980s to 1 meter. This process leads to the replacement of the white ice surface, which reflects sunlight, with the dark surface of open water, which absorbs up to 90% of solar energy. This transition creates a positive feedback loop. Warming leads to ice melt, and the reduction in reflective surface, in turn, causes further temperature rise. This also affects local ecosystems, such as marine mammal populations. Polar bears, which depend on sea ice for hunting seals, face a reduction in hunting grounds. Studies show that in some regions, the polar bear population has decreased by 30% over the last 10 years. For indigenous peoples like the Inuit, climate changes disrupt their traditional way of life. They rely on fishing and hunting, as well as frozen water bodies for transportation. Changes in hunting and fishing conditions affect their food security. Given that in some Arctic areas ice melt is happening twice as fast as in other parts of the world, it can be expected that the consequences for ecosystems and population will only worsen in the coming years. With each passing year, the Arctic zone becomes increasingly vulnerable, and this is not only due to climate change, but also to global economic interests. For instance, the opening of new sea routes due to ice melt attracts the attention of international shipping companies, which can lead to increased pollution and disruption of local ecosystems. Projections indicate that if current trends continue, by the end of the 21st century, Arctic sea ice may disappear entirely during the summer months, which would be a catastrophe for both local populations and the global ecosystem. There is concern that this could lead to changes in global climate patterns, as the Arctic plays a crucial role in the Earth's climate system. In recent decades, the melting of the Greenland and Antarctic ice sheets has reached alarming proportions, causing serious concern among climatologists and ecologists. The Greenland ice sheet, with an average thickness of around 2.5 kilometers, is losing stability due to rising air and ocean temperatures. According to NASA, since 2003, the rate of ice melt has increased by more than twofold, and in 2018, the ice sheet lost approximately 31 billion tons of ice per year. This process has accelerated in the southern part of the island, where significant exposure of the ground has led to the formation of water bodies that speed up the flow of ice into the ocean. Outlet glaciers, such as the Jakobshavn Glacier, have begun moving at unprecedented speeds. In 2009, scientists recorded the glacier's movement at nearly 30 meters per day, which is twice as fast as in the late 1990s. This movement results in the formation of massive cracks and consequently the carving of enormous icebergs. One of the largest icebergs, a 68 weighing more than 1 million tons, broke off from the Larsen C ice shelf in Antarctica in 2017 and has since been slowly drifting in the waters of the Southern Ocean. Similarly, in Antarctica, massive ice shelves such as the West Antarctic ice sheet are also beginning to lose their stability. Research conducted in 2006 revealed that the Pine Island Glacier, one of the most active glaciers in this region, is losing ice at a rate of around 100 million tons per year, leading to significant changes in sea level. This melting continues despite various monitoring and protection programs for these polar regions. It is expected that if current rates of climate change persist, by the end of the 21st century, sea levels could rise by more than 1 meter, leading to the flooding of coastal areas worldwide. In some cases, such as with the Totten Glacier in East Antarctica, there is an even more significant reduction in ice, which could result in a sudden and catastrophic collapse of the ice shelf. This movement of ice and its interaction with the ocean create complex and dynamic changes in ecosystems that can have far-reaching consequences for the planet's climate stability. As a result, these changes in polar regions are becoming not just a local, but a global problem. Glaciers are not just disappearing, they are becoming symbols of a slow but inexorable transformation that continues to threaten ecosystems and economic systems worldwide. Rising sea levels have become one of the most serious threats facing coastal territories and island nations. Melting of glaciers in Greenland and Antarctica, as well as thermal expansion of water due to ocean temperature increases, contribute to the sea level rising at an average rate of 3 millimeters per year, although in some regions this rate can be significantly higher. For instance, in bays and river estuaries where water accumulates due to geographical features, the sea level can rise by up to 10 millimeters per year. This flooding threatens over 100 million people living in low-lying coastal areas, such as Bangladesh, where the capital Dhaka, located just a few meters above sea level, already faces the consequences of frequent floods and hurricanes. As a result, cities like New York and Shanghai are forced to invest billions of dollars in adapting their infrastructure, including the construction of protective dams and drainage systems. For example, after Hurricane Sandy in 2012, New York developed the Resilient New York program, costing around $20 billion, aimed at protecting against flooding and enhancing climate change resilience. Island nations like the Maldives and Tuvalu face the threat of complete disappearance, as their height above sea level is only 1 to 2 meters. By the end of the century, sea levels are projected to rise by 1 meter, making most of these territories uninhabitable. Consequently, many residents of these countries are already leaving their homes, creating a wave of climate refugees. There are numerous examples of residents of small islands relocating to higher ground, such as to Fiji, where the government has decided to relocate residents from the island of Vatuvauni, which is regularly flooded. In such conditions, it is not only necessary to adapt existing infrastructure, but also to develop new strategies for ensuring safety and sustainable development. Technological solutions, such as building floating homes and creating artificial islands, are becoming increasingly relevant. This situation requires a comprehensive approach and international cooperation, as climate change and sea level rise do not recognize borders. In the year 2000, the UN predicted that by the 2030s, more than 100 million people could become climate refugees. Changes in precipitation patterns driven by global warming lead to a sharp increase in extreme weather events, making climate forecasting even more complex and unpredictable. For instance, according to data from the World Meteorological Organization, the number of heavy rains in the 2030s has increased by 30% compared to the beginning of the century, resulting in floods in regions such as Southeast Asia and Western Europe. At the same time, droughts are becoming more intense in places like California and Australia, where, according to research, rainfall levels have decreased by 25% since 2010. This contrast in precipitation distribution makes it difficult to adapt traditional farming methods, as farmers face unexpected changes in conditions that require quick response and changes in cultivation approaches. For example, in California, farmers are forced to switch to more drought-resistant crops such as millet and sorghum to survive in conditions of constant water scarcity. Meanwhile, floods, such as those in Germany in 2020, where heavy rainfall led to the deaths of more than 100 people and significant infrastructure damage, demonstrate that traditional water management methods are ineffective. Politicians and urban planners are faced with the need to rethink their strategies for organizing infrastructure to minimize damage from such events. Drainage systems built decades ago cannot handle water flows that now exceed their design capacities by several times. It is expected that by the 2050s, the number of people at risk from floods will reach 150 million if urgent measures are not taken. As a result, the growing unpredictability of weather conditions requires the introduction of innovative technologies in agriculture and urban planning, such as vertical farms, which can effectively use limited resources. Scientific research shows that such systems can reduce water consumption by up to 90% compared to traditional methods. The need for adaptation to climate change is becoming critically important, as traditional ways of conducting business and urban infrastructure planning cannot keep up with the pace of change. In some regions, such as sub-Saharan Africa, it is expected that by the 2030s, the level of drought may increase by 50%, threatening the food security of millions of people. Taking all these factors into account, climate change projections are becoming increasingly alarming, highlighting the need for a comprehensive approach to solving this problem. Scientists like Dr. Christopher Fleming from the University of Oxford argue that without global cooperation and innovative solutions in resource management, the consequences of changes in precipitation patterns could be catastrophic for humanity. Ultimately, changes in precipitation patterns and increasing unpredictability have become new realities that humanity must learn to live with to avoid a global catastrophe. Geoengineering represents a concept of deliberate human intervention in the Earth's climate system with the aim of counteracting global warming. This idea emerged in response to growing threats posed by climate change, which, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, could lead to a 2 degrees Celsius increase in global temperature by the end of the 21st century. with potentially catastrophic consequences for ecosystems and humanity. Research shows that global warming causes glaciers to melt, sea levels to rise, and an increase in the frequency of extreme weather events such as hurricanes, floods, and droughts. These changes threaten food security, access to clean water, and the living conditions of billions of people. In the face of such uncertainty, scientists and researchers are beginning to consider geoengineering as a potential tool for mitigating the impacts of climate change. However, this concept raises complex ethical and scientific questions. The risks of inaction are becoming increasingly apparent. Without significant actions to reduce carbon emissions, it is predicted that by 2050, the number of people living in high-temperature conditions could increase by 600 million. On the other hand, active intervention in the climate system could lead to unforeseen consequences that are difficult to predict. For example, changes in temperature could affect global weather patterns, causing droughts in some regions and floods in others. Furthermore, interference with the climate could damage ecosystems already under pressure due to climate change and exacerbate existing problems. The scientific community is divided on the appropriateness and safety of geoengineering. Some experts, such as Professor Catherine Hayhoe from the University of Texas, emphasize that without active intervention to mitigate the impacts of climate change, such as geoengineering, humanity risks facing irreversible consequences. Meanwhile, others, such as Dr. James Hansen, consider climate intervention to be a dangerous game where humanity risks losing control over natural processes. Questions about who will control such technologies and how they will be used also raise concerns. It is important that any efforts in the field of geoengineering be based on rigorous scientific research and ethical principles to minimize potential negative consequences. The comparison of the risks of inaction and the risks of intervention becomes a key point in the discussion of this topic. As scientific research continues to advance, it becomes increasingly clear that humanity must find a balance between the need for action and an awareness of potential consequences. In this context, the significance of international cooperation increases as climate change is a global problem requiring collective efforts to find solutions. As of 2020, more than 30 countries have begun to explore various aspects of geoengineering, highlighting the growing interest in this area. Technology for dispersing aerosols in the stratosphere to reflect solar radiation is based on principles observed after large volcanic eruptions, when sulfur particles ejected by the volcano cause temporary climate changes. For example, after the eruption of Mount Pinatubo in the Philippines in 1991, the global average temperature decreased by about 0.5 degrees Celsius over 2 years. This was due to the formation of an aerosol cloud that reflected part of the sunlight back into space. To achieve a similar effect through geoengineering, various aerosols such as sulfate compounds could be dispersed in the stratosphere at an altitude of around 20 kilometers. There are several technical solutions for delivering these materials to the upper layers of the atmosphere. One of the most discussed methods is the use of specialized aircraft capable of carrying large volumes of aerosols. For instance, a team of scientists from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology proposed using modified commercial aircraft to efficiently disperse aerosols at high altitudes. Another method involves the use of helium balloons or even rockets to deliver aerosols. However, such practices may have side effects. One of the most important issues is the impact on precipitation. The dispersion of aerosols can alter the precipitation pattern, leading to droughts in some regions and floods in others. Studies conducted in 2006 showed that changes in the distribution of sunlight can affect weather patterns, creating unpredictable consequences for agriculture and water resources. Additionally, there are concerns about the impact on the ozone layer. Some aerosols can contribute to the destruction of ozone, increasing the level of ultraviolet radiation reaching the Earth's surface. Research indicates that the use of sulfate aerosols can temporarily reduce the amount of ozone in the stratosphere, increasing the risk of skin cancer and other diseases in humans. In 2008, scientists estimated that the dispersion of aerosols could reduce the level of ozone by 10% in some regions. Debates about the impact of such technologies continue, as many researchers emphasize the need for thorough research and testing before the widespread use of aerosols becomes a reality. Risks and potential benefits must be carefully balanced, taking into account the possible consequences for ecosystems and human health. Technologies for capturing and storing carbon represent a significant technological challenge that requires the creation of infrastructure comparable in scale to the oil industry, but working in the opposite direction. Direct air capture, DAC, which involves using chemical processes to extract CO2 from the air, is one such technology. In 2019, the Swiss company Climeworks opened the world's first DAC facility capable of capturing up to 1,000 tons of CO2 per year. This process uses adsorbents that bind CO2 molecules, allowing air to pass through the facility. After capture, the carbon can be processed or stored long-term. There are several methods for carbon storage, including geological sequestration, where CO2 is injected into underground layers such as depleted oil and gas fields or salt domes. Research shows that such structures can hold carbon at depths of over 1,000 meters, making them reliable for storage. In 2020, scientists from the University of California, Berkeley, estimated that there are approximately 200 trillion tons of carbon that can be stored in underground reservoirs, which is twice the amount of carbon currently in the atmosphere. It is important to understand that creating an effective infrastructure for carbon capture and storage will require significant time and investment. According to the World Economic Forum, achieving the goal of reducing the level of carbon in the atmosphere will require investing at least $1 trillion in DAC technologies by 2020. This includes not only building new facilities, but also developing systems for transporting carbon to storage sites, which requires creating a vast network of pipelines. Examples of successful projects include the Petra Nova facility in Texas, which captures CO2 from a coal power plant and uses it to enhance oil recovery. This project can capture up to 1 million tons of carbon per year, equivalent to the emissions from about 12,000 cars. A key aspect is that carbon capture technologies not only help reduce emissions, but can also be used to create carbon-neutral fuels. For instance, in 2030, Carbon Clean Solutions developed a method to convert CO2 into methanol, which can then be used as fuel or as a raw material for the chemical industry. This process involves using renewable energy sources to minimize the carbon footprint. Meanwhile, critics point out the high cost of such technologies and the need for their commercialization to achieve mass adoption. In the 21st century, scientists predict that by 2020, DAC technology could become cost competitive with traditional energy sources if certain conditions are met. In Europe, there are also active initiatives for creating a carbon-neutral economy, where carbon capture becomes a key element. In 2022, the European Union announced a plan to invest 100 billion euros in the development of carbon capture and storage technologies. Therefore, creating an effective system for carbon capture and storage will not only be a technological but also an economic challenge, requiring the coordination of efforts from many countries and companies. It is important to note that successful implementation of these technologies can significantly reduce the level of carbon in the atmosphere and slow down global warming. Healthy ecosystems such as forests, wetlands, and marine ecosystems play a crucial role in carbon sequestration and providing a wide range of additional ecological services. For instance, forests absorb carbon from the atmosphere through photosynthesis. According to the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization, healthy forests can store around 12 billion tons of carbon annually. Reforestation is not only a means of reducing carbon concentration in the atmosphere, but also a method of combating soil erosion. For example, in Brazil, from 2012 to 2020, over 7 million hectares of forests were restored, which helped not only restore the carbon balance, but also the biodiversity of the region. Wetlands, in turn, are among the most effective ecosystems for carbon storage. According to the World Bank, restoring wetlands can help preserve up to 30% of the carbon stored in soil. Local communities in countries like Canada and Sweden are actively engaged in wetland restoration, which not only helps retain carbon, but also improves water quality and prevents pollution. For example, in Ontario Province, a project to restore 35,000 hectares of wetlands has been underway since 2016, which contributes to the increase in populations of many bird and fish species. Marine ecosystems such as mangrove forests and seagrasses are also powerful carbon absorbers. Research shows that mangrove forests can absorb carbon 3 to 4 times more effectively than tropical forests. In Bangladesh in 2018, a program to restore mangrove forests was launched, resulting in the planting of more than 30 million saplings, which not only helped capture carbon, but also protected the coast from hurricanes and erosion. These ecosystems provide essential services such as water regulation and biodiversity conservation. For example, healthy wetland ecosystems filter water, improving the quality of drinking water for millions of people. Soil erosion is also significantly reduced due to the root system of plants, which strengthens the soil and prevents it from being washed away. Furthermore, the restoration and conservation of these ecosystems can lead to the creation of jobs and the maintenance of local economies. In Kenya in 2020, a project to restore mangrove forests was launched, which not only promotes carbon sequestration, but also creates new opportunities for fishing, which is crucial for the local population. Ultimately, healthy ecosystems, in performing their primary function of carbon absorption, also contribute to the restoration of natural balance and support the lives of many animal and plant species. In the space surrounding Earth, there are numerous objects that pose a potential threat to our planet. These objects range from small meteoroids the size of a grain of sand to large asteroids that can be tens of kilometers in diameter. Each year, Earth encounters millions of meteoroids. For instance, astronomers estimate that about 20 tons of cosmic material fall onto our planet daily, burning up in the atmosphere and creating bright meteors known as falling stars. However, not all meteoroids burn up. Some reach the surface and become meteorites. Meanwhile, large asteroids that cross Earth's orbit pose a significant danger. According to NASA, there are more than 20,000 objects in the solar system classified as near-Earth asteroids, and their orbits periodically intersect with Earth's orbit. These asteroids can be dangerous if their orbits are altered by gravitational forces or other factors, leading to a potential collision with Earth. One of the most famous examples is the Chicxulub asteroid, which, according to scientists, caused the mass extinction of dinosaurs around 65 million years ago. Its diameter was about 10 kilometers, and the impact wave it generated led to global climate changes and the extinction of most species on the planet. Modern technologies allow us to track a large number of such objects. For example, programs monitoring near-Earth objects use radio telescopes and optical telescopes that can detect the movement of asteroids and meteoroids in real time. However, many of these objects have not yet been discovered, and their potential threat remains relevant. Scientists are also researching methods to deflect asteroids to prevent possible collisions. These studies require significant financial investment and international cooperation, as the threat from asteroids concerns all countries. It is important to understand that Earth moves through space at high speed, and in this vast expanse, there are always objects that could collide with it. In 2000, astronomers discovered an asteroid that passed within 30,000 kilometers of Earth, which is relatively close in astronomical terms. This underscores that the threat from asteroids is real and constant. Ultimately, the asteroid danger is part of the cosmic context of our planet's existence, which moves through space filled with potential threats. Astronomers use a variety of programs and technologies to detect and catalogue near-Earth objects, enabling them to effectively monitor potentially hazardous asteroids and comets. One of the key tools in this process is the PAN-STARRS Panoramic Survey Telescope and Rapid Response System Telescope, located in Hawaii and launched in 2012. It is capable of scanning large areas of the sky and detecting objects as small as several dozen meters. In addition to PAN-STARRS, there are other telescopes such as the Catalina Sky Survey, which focuses on finding moving objects near Earth, and its work began in 2001. Each telescope uses specialized algorithms to process images, allowing them to distinguish moving objects from stationary stars and other celestial bodies. These algorithms analyze sequences of images, comparing them to detect changes in the positions of objects, which helps in calculating their orbits. After an object is detected, astronomers apply mathematical models to determine its trajectory and potential danger. There is a risk assessment system based on the probability of collision and the size of the object, known as Sentry, developed by NASA. This program analyzes data on each new object and classifies it by its level of danger. If an object is deemed potentially hazardous, its parameters are transmitted to international databases such as the Minor Planet Center, allowing other researchers to track these objects. International cooperation is a crucial aspect of detecting near-Earth objects. Many countries participate in asteroid observation projects, including the European Space Agency, which developed the NEOWISE program using infrared data to detect and study asteroids and comets. In 2020, NASA announced the launch of the DART Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission, aimed at testing methods for deflecting asteroids. This mission is designed to study the possibility of changing an asteroid's trajectory by colliding with it using a spacecraft. To assess the potential danger of an object, astronomers consider its size, speed, composition, and proximity to Earth. For example, the asteroid Bennu, with a diameter of approximately 460 meters, was discovered in 1999 and is currently one of the most studied objects due to its potential future collision with Earth. It is important to note that even small objects, the size of a bus, can cause significant damage if they enter the atmosphere and reach the surface. Monitoring and cataloging programs for such objects continue to develop, including the use of new technologies such as automated telescopes and artificial intelligence for data analysis, which enhances the efficiency of searching and assessing threats. By 2020, approximately 7,000 near-Earth objects had been registered, and this number continues to grow. Kinetic impactors represent one of the most discussed concepts for protecting Earth from asteroid threats. These devices are designed to collide with an asteroid and alter its orbit by applying kinetic energy. In 2020, NASA successfully conducted tests of the DART Double Asteroid Redirection Test mission, where an impactor weighing only a few hundred kilograms and traveling at around 24,000 kilometers per hour was used to strike the asteroid Dimorphos, testing the feasibility of changing its trajectory. The impactor managed to alter the asteroid's orbit by a small distance, but this was a significant milestone for further research. Experts emphasize that kinetic impactors can be effective against relatively small asteroids, which pose the greatest threat to Earth. However, for larger objects, such as the asteroid Apophis, with a diameter exceeding 320 meters, more powerful methods may be required to prevent a catastrophe. Gravitational tractors are another concept that involves using large spacecraft to create a gravitational field around an asteroid. The idea is to gradually change its orbit using prolonged gravitational influence. The Gravity Tractor project, developed by NASA, envisions a spacecraft positioned near the asteroid to alter its path over time. This approach requires significant time but can be effective for objects approaching Earth several years or even decades before a potential collision. Nuclear explosions are also considered a potential method for neutralizing asteroids. In this scenario, a nuclear device would be detonated near the asteroid to cause its destruction or to deflect its trajectory. In 2005, NASA scientists proposed a project called Sky Shield, which involved using a nuclear device to alter the course of asteroids threatening Earth. Although this method raises many concerns due to potential consequences, such as creating debris that could harm Earth, it remains part of the discussion on strategies for protecting our planet. The development of technologies to prevent asteroid impacts is becoming increasingly important in the face of growing threats. Scientific research and experiments continue, including the creation of international programs to coordinate actions among countries to ensure protection from cosmic threats. A notable example of such cooperation is the establishment in 2020 of the International Committee on Planetary Defense, which unites the efforts of scientists and governments to develop effective strategies against asteroid threats. Such initiatives help humanity transition from a passive victim to an active participant in ensuring the safety of Earth. In recent years, various countries, including the United States, Russia, and the European Union, have begun investing in programs to study and develop technologies for protecting against asteroids. For example, in 2019, the European Space Agency announced the launch of the HERA project, which will study the aftermath of the DART impact on the asteroid Dimorphos and help develop new technologies for preventing cosmic threats. Notably, the project plans to use small satellites for monitoring asteroids and analyzing their structure, which could aid in developing more effective methods for deflecting them. Thus, humanity is actively working to protect our planet from potential catastrophes, turning threats into opportunities for further technological development and international cooperation. As a result, global efforts to protect Earth from asteroids are a crucial step in ensuring the safety of future generations. Scientific experiments, such as the DART mission, demonstrate that humanity has the capability not only to predict, but also to prevent potential threats from space, opening new horizons in the fields of astronomy and space research. International cooperation in the field of planetary defense is becoming increasingly relevant as the threat posed by asteroids and comets requires concerted efforts from countries around the world. In the 21st century, many nations began to recognize that global problems, such as potential collisions with celestial bodies, do not respect borders and must be addressed collectively. In 2012, the World Council on Planetary Defense was established, which includes representatives from more than 30 countries and international organizations such as NASA and ESA. These organizations actively coordinate observations of objects potentially hazardous to Earth, combining data from telescopes and radars located in different parts of the world. For example, the Pan-STARRS project, launched in 2014 on Hawaii, became one of the largest automated systems for observing celestial bodies, allowing for quick detection of new objects and assessment of their potential danger. Data exchange between countries occurs within initiatives such as the IAU Minor Planet Center, which collects information about small planets and comets and shares it with astronomers worldwide. Joint missions, such as the AIDA, Asteroid Impact and Deflection Assessment, mission involving NASA and ESA, are aimed at studying methods of deflecting asteroids from their trajectories. The mission consists of two stages. The first involves sending the DART probe, which in 2022 collided with the Dimorphos asteroid to test the effectiveness of deflection technology. The second stage involves analyzing the data obtained and conducting further observations with the European HERA probe, which is scheduled to reach the asteroid in 2024. This cooperation demonstrates how the threat from space unites humanity, encouraging countries to overcome political differences for the sake of common security. In 2000, within the framework of the UN, the Expert Group on Planetary Defense was established, which is responsible for developing strategies and recommendations for preventing threats. Conferences and symposia, such as the Planetary Defense Conference, gather experts from around the world to share experiences and ideas for improving systems to protect against asteroids. Countries that historically competed are now working together to solve this global problem, serving as a powerful signal of the need for international unity. In 2009, a conference in California brought together representatives from more than 20 countries to discuss methods of early detection and assessment of threats, confirming the growing awareness of the need for cooperation. Experts in planetary defense understand that even if one country detects a hazardous object, its neutralization may require resources and technologies from other countries. For example, in the case of an asteroid threat detected near Earth, the only way to prevent it could be through the joint efforts of all countries willing to provide their resources and technologies. Thus, the threat from space becomes a powerful catalyst for uniting humanity, emphasizing the importance of global cooperation and the willingness of countries to work together for the safety of all planet residents. In 2021, the UN Commission on Scientific Questions organized a roundtable discussion during which participants discussed the need to create an international mechanism for coordinating actions in case of the detection of a potentially hazardous object. Tectonic plates moving across the Earth's surface continue their work without pause, forming and destroying continents over millions of years. In the future, tens of millions of years from now, this process will lead to the formation of a new supercontinent. The movement of the plates occurs through a complex system where some plates collide while others diverge, creating mountain ranges and faults. For example, the collision of the Indian plate with the Eurasian plate in the region of the Himalayas resulted in the formation of the highest mountain system on the planet. This geological process has no endpoint. As soon as one supercontinent is formed, it can disintegrate, beginning a new cycle that lasts for millions of years. Scientific research shows that tectonic plates move at a speed of 1 to 10 centimeters per year. This means that in 30 million years, when humanity may no longer exist, the Earth will have changed beyond recognition. For instance, continents like Africa and South America are gradually moving apart, increasing their distance by several centimeters per year. Meanwhile, plates like the Pacific Plate are moving northward, which will ultimately lead to the merging of continents. As a result of this process, a single landmass will form, which may be surrounded by a new ocean. The scientific approach to studying geological changes shows that such cyclicality is a normal occurrence on our planet. Scientists like Alfred Wegener, who proposed the theory of continental drift in the early 20th century, are just beginning to understand the scale of these changes. Millions of years from now, when tectonic plates begin to collide again, new mountain ranges like the Alps or Himalayas will emerge, and old oceans like the Tethys may reappear. This endless movement of continents and oceans creates a continuous process in which humanity is but a fleeting moment. Geological processes are independent of human activity and will continue regardless of our existence, continually creating new landscapes and ecosystems. Earth as a living system is always in a state of change, and tectonic plates are just one aspect of this endless game of nature. Over the past 100 million years, the Earth has experienced several supercontinents, such as Pangaea, which existed around 250 million years ago, and its disintegration caused significant changes in the climate and ecosystems of the planet. Ultimately, tectonic processes and their impact on the Earth's surface are more than just geology. They are the history of our planet, which continues despite all human achievements and catastrophes. The unchanging laws of physics and chemistry will continue to operate, forming new continents, oceans, and mountain systems, leaving behind traces in the form of fossilized remains and geological formations. Each change on the Earth's surface is the result of long-term processes that continue and will continue, creating new conditions for life and evolution. The model of the future supercontinent Pangaea Ultima suggests that in 250 million years, the current continents will once again unite into a single landmass. This unification will occur due to the slow but inexorable movement of tectonic plates, which move at an average speed of several centimeters per year. According to scientists' predictions, continents such as Europe, Asia, North and South America will shift towards the equator, where the new supercontinent will be located. As a result of this process, known as continental drift, Pangaea ultima will take the form of a giant plus shape with a central massive landmass and long arms extending towards the poles. In the center of the supercontinent, a vast plateau is expected to form, surrounded by mountains created by the collision of plates. Along the coasts, the climate will be milder with abundant rainfall and diverse ecosystems, while in the central part of the continent, an extremely continental climate will prevail, with sharp temperature differences between summer and winter. Scientists like Dr. Trevor Hodgson from the University of Melbourne suggest that this will lead to the formation of vast deserts in the central part, where temperatures can reach 50 degrees Celsius in the summer months, while in winter they can drop to -30. In such conditions, only the most adapted flora and fauna will survive. Additionally, due to the movement of plates at the continental borders, active volcanoes may arise, creating new landscapes and ecosystems. This will be a time when today's ecosystems will change beyond recognition. Along the coasts, tropical forests will form, while the interior of the continent will be characterized by vast steppes and deserts. It is also expected that Pangaea ultima will be surrounded by an ocean that will be warmer than today's oceans, further influencing the climate. The increase in ocean temperature will alter rainfall patterns and intensify hurricanes, affecting coastal ecosystems. Therefore, Pangaea ultima will not only be a geographical reality, but also a unique ecosystem where species adapted to the most diverse climatic conditions will coexist. According to geologists' calculations, this process of continental unification has already begun and will continue for millions of years, creating conditions for the emergence of new forms of life and the disappearance of old ones. On the supercontinent Pangaea ultima, the climate will be radically different from the current one. Internal regions will experience extreme seasonal temperature fluctuations, with differences between winter and summer temperatures possibly reaching 50 degrees Celsius. This is due to the fact that vast distances from oceans and seas will not be able to mitigate the climate conditions, leading to the formation of harsh continental climates. According to climate models, such conditions will create extensive areas with extremely low rainfall, where aridity will be the norm. For example, in such regions as the central part of the future Pangaea, the duration of dry periods may exceed 12 months a year, making them unsuitable for complex forms of life. These regions will resemble modern deserts like the Sahara, but with even more pronounced temperature fluctuations, where daytime heat will be replaced by nighttime frosts. In contrast, coastal zones will become centers of biodiversity, where monsoons will bring abundant rainfall, creating conditions for dense tropical forests and ecosystems with high biomass. These monsoon winds rising from warm seas will form humid climate conditions, promoting the proliferation of various flora and fauna. Meteorologists estimate that such monsoons can increase annual rainfall on coasts to 2,000 millimeters, which is several times more than in the interior parts of the continent. As a result, coastal ecosystems will be home to not only plant but also animal species adapted to high humidity conditions. For instance, similar to modern mangrove forests, these ecosystems will be home to numerous species that can only survive in such wet conditions. Internal regions devoid of water may become habitats for only the most adapted species, such as lizards and some insects. Ultimately, the climate of Pangaea ultima will contribute to the formation of unique ecosystems, where most of the land will be unsuitable for life, and biodiversity will be concentrated in coastal zones, creating a contrast between desert and green regions. The formation of such climate conditions may lead to the disappearance of many species currently inhabiting Earth, while new, specific species may emerge as a result of adaptation to these extreme conditions. Climate change and geological processes occurring on Earth may lead to the evolution of life in a form that will be fundamentally different from what we know today. In conditions where humanity has long since disappeared, ecosystems will be populated by new groups of organisms adapted to the changed conditions. For example, after the disappearance of humans, mammals such as rats and mice could evolve into larger and smarter beings capable of complex social interactions. Studies show that in conditions of limited resources such as available food and shelter, animals with better survival skills will dominate. In deep oceans, where sunlight penetrates only to a small depth, new species capable of using bioluminescence for attracting food or communication could emerge. Meanwhile, on land, where the climate becomes hotter and drier, plants will evolve into more drought-resistant forms. For instance, cacti and succulents, which already have adaptations to extreme conditions, could become dominant plants in new ecosystems. Scientists note that in millions of years, in the conditions of the supercontinent Ultima, new ecosystems could be concentrated in coastal zones, where life will be concentrated in small areas with more favorable conditions. An increase in the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere could lead to plants developing faster rates of photosynthesis, which in turn will affect food chains. Additionally, new groups of microorganisms capable of breaking down toxic substances could become important for maintaining ecosystems. Scientists predict that in such conditions, microorganisms similar to blue-green algae could evolve into more complex forms that can use solar energy to create organic compounds. These adaptations not only allow them to survive but also open up new ecological niches. As a result, the world in which humanity has disappeared will be rich in new forms of life that we can barely imagine. For example, deep-sea ecosystems could become home to organisms that use chemosynthesis for energy, similar to those already found around hydrothermal vents. Meanwhile, on the surface, giant colonies of insects, having evolved into larger and more complex forms, could control ecosystems, providing pollination and decomposition of organic matter. Even in conditions of high temperatures, organisms could develop thermoregulation mechanisms, allowing them to survive in conditions that now seem impossible. In such conditions, a completely new form of intelligence different from human could eventually emerge. Scientists believe that such organisms could develop complex communication systems and social structures. The question arises, what will happen to Earth when familiar species disappear? Evolution will continue, and on our planet, new forms of life adapted to new conditions will appear, which will exist in a world that will remind us that life has an amazing ability to adapt and survive. For example, in a few million years, new predators could emerge on Earth, occupying ecological niches left vacant by the disappearance of large mammals, such as lions and bears. These new species will have unique adaptations, allowing them to effectively hunt and survive in changing conditions. Changes on planet Earth occur slowly but inevitably under the influence of both internal processes and external factors, creating a cosmic perspective in which the history of humanity appears as a brief moment. Plate tectonics, for example, continue to shape the landscape. Continents move at a speed comparable to the growth of fingernails, but over millions of years, this leads to the formation of mountain systems and oceans. An example is the formation of the Himalayas, which began around 50 million years ago as a result of the collision of the Indian and Eurasian plates. This process continues, and the mountains continue to grow, albeit slowly. At the same time, volcanic activity, such as the eruption of the Kilauea volcano in Hawaii, creates new lands, adding to the existing ones. These processes create new topographic diversity, which over billions of years may completely change the appearance of Earth. Another important factor is erosion, which over time destroys mountains and forms plains. For example, the Colorado River, flowing through the Grand Canyon, has carved the deepest canyons over millions of years, leaving behind geological layers that can tell us about the past of our planet. The climate of Earth also changes under the influence of various factors, including solar activity and carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Over the past millions of years, Earth has experienced both ice ages and interglacial periods. For example, the last ice age maximum, which occurred approximately 20,000 years ago, left a significant mark on the geography of the planet, creating vast ice shields and changing the level of the oceans. In the future, as a result of natural climate changes, the level of the oceans may rise by tens of meters, flooding coastal cities and changing ecosystems. Modern technologies and human activity, without a doubt, influence the climate, but in the scale of billions of years, this is just a drop in the ocean. When we look at Earth through billions of years, continents may change dramatically, forming new supercontinents such as Pangaea, which existed around 200 million years ago. Future generations may witness the appearance of new forms of life that will adapt to changing conditions. Research shows that as a result of tectonic processes and changes in the atmosphere, life on Earth may evolve into completely new forms, adapted to conditions that we cannot even imagine. For example, in the future, when the level of oxygen in the atmosphere changes, new species with unique physiological adaptations may appear. Geological processes such as volcanism and sedimentation continue to act, forming new ecosystems and changing existing ones. An example is the process of forming new islands as a result of volcanic activity, which may take thousands of years but will lead to the appearance of new ecosystems that will develop and evolve in isolation. This endless cycle of destruction and creation, which occurs on our planet, confirms that Earth is not a static system, but a dynamic organism, constantly changing under the influence of both internal and external forces. In the end, life on Earth, as we know it, may disappear as a result of catastrophic events such as an asteroid impact, which, as scientists believe, caused the extinction of the dinosaurs around 66 million years ago. Nevertheless, new species will continue to appear, and life on the planet will continue to exist, adapting to new conditions. According to current astronomical models, the brightness of the Sun increases by approximately 10% every billion years. This means that in about a billion years, solar radiation on Earth will become significantly stronger than it is now. The increase in brightness will lead to a sharp rise in temperature on the planet. Forecasts indicate that in 300 million years, the temperature on Earth's surface could rise by 8 to 9 degrees Celsius, leading to catastrophic changes in the climate. Oceans will begin to evaporate, and sea level will significantly decrease. As the temperature rises, ecosystems will be threatened, and complex forms of life, such as mammals and birds, will face serious difficulties in survival. If the lifespan of Earth as a planet capable of supporting life is around 10 billion years, then by that time, solar brightness will have increased by 25%, which will significantly exceed the threshold at which life, as we know it, will become impossible. Fire and heat from the Sun will gradually push the biosphere towards the poles, where the temperature will still be acceptable for the existence of simple forms of life. As a result of this process, ecosystems such as tropical forests and coral reefs, which require stable conditions, may disappear. In the end, on the equator of the planet, there may remain only arid deserts, where neither plants nor animals will survive. Fossil records show that such scenarios have already occurred in the past. For example, at the end of the Permian period, about 250 million years ago, when there was a mass extinction, including due to changes in climate and an increase in temperature. Notably, at that time, about 90% of all species disappeared, indicating possible catastrophic consequences for future life on Earth. Forecasts show that in a billion years, the marine environment will be practically unsuitable for life, as oceans will be too hot for most known organisms. Plants and animals that once occupied vast territories will be forced to seek refuge in cooler regions, and if they cannot adapt to the new conditions, they will simply disappear. It is expected that on the planet, only organisms resistant to high temperatures, such as some bacteria and archaea, will remain, which will be able to survive in extreme conditions. At this point, the planet will become a place where heat and deserts reign, and life, as we know it, will be only a distant memory. Throughout Earth's history, there have been examples of significant temperature increases and their impact on the biosphere, including events related to volcanic activity and changes in the atmosphere. The influence of the Sun on Earth's climate in the future will be one of the most critical factors shaping the appearance of our planet. Scientific research shows that by the time the Sun becomes a red giant in about 5 billion years, it will engulf the nearest planets, including Earth, finally ending the cycle of life on our planet. Active tectonics of the plates will cease when the Earth cools down and loses its internal heat. This process will take billions of years. Currently, the temperature at the center of the Earth reaches approximately 4,000 degrees Celsius. As the temperature decreases, the convective flows in the mantle that move the plates will begin to slow down. After approximately 2 billion years, when the temperature of the mantle drops to critical levels, these flows will stop. This will lead to the cessation of continental movement and the halt of all tectonic processes. Continents that are currently moving at a speed of several centimeters per year will stop in place. Geological activity, including earthquakes and volcanism, will become a thing of the past. Erosion, which is currently shaping our landscape, will gradually smooth out even the highest mountains, such as Mount Everest, which is 8,800 meters tall. Over millions of years, only gentle hills and plains will remain on the surface. Volcanic activity, which is currently forming new islands and mountain ranges, will cease. As a result, the cycle of elements necessary for complex life will be disrupted. Water in the oceans will become more saline and stationary, as there will be no new sources of minerals and nutrients that are currently being brought up from the Earth's interior. This will lead to the degradation of ecosystems that depend on the constant renewal of elements. Life on the planet, which was once teeming with diversity, will be threatened. Only a few primitive forms of life will be able to survive in conditions where there are no new nutrients. On a planet with the cessation of tectonic activity, there will be no new mountains, volcanoes, or significant changes in the landscape. Over billions of years, the Earth will become geologically dead, and its surface will consist of monotonous landscapes. In the end, when the Earth becomes completely geologically inert, the temperature at its center will drop to levels at which no thermal processes can occur. This process may take around 10 billion years, and by that time, the Earth will be a cold, lifeless rock orbiting the Sun. In 5 to 7 billion years, the Sun will begin to transform into a red giant when its hydrogen fuel in the core runs out, marking a new phase of its development. At this point, the temperature in the core will rise to around 15 million degrees Celsius, initiating the fusion of helium into carbon. As a result, the outer layers of the Sun will start to expand rapidly, reaching sizes that allow it to engulf the inner planets, including Mercury and possibly Venus. According to astronomers, the Sun's radius will increase to 200 times its current size, and its surface will occupy a vast portion of the sky, turning the daytime star into a colossal red disk that will blind with its brightness. The Earth's atmosphere will begin to evaporate rapidly due to the extraordinary temperature increase, reaching values of around 1,000 degrees Celsius. Oceans, once teeming with life, will evaporate, leaving behind barren, scorched surfaces where life once thrived. Meanwhile, such expansion will significantly alter solar activity, causing powerful solar winds and increasing radiation levels, making Earth definitively uninhabitable. In this extraordinary and terrifying finale, when Earth is shrouded under a layer of scorched crust, its landscape will be illuminated by the bright light of the expanding Sun, which will appear as a massive fiery sphere filling almost the entire sky. These changes will take place over several 100 million years before the star sheds its outer layers, leaving behind a white dwarf, a carbon and oxygen core that will be the final stage of the Sun's life. At this stage, Earth, as a planet, will no longer exist in its familiar form, consumed in the whirlwind of cosmic processes that will redefine its existence. The once dynamic and life-filled solar system will become a quiet and lifeless place where only the memory of its once brilliant past will remain in the cosmos. It is estimated that this final stage of the solar system will occur approximately 8 billion years from now, when the white dwarf left by the Sun will gradually cool, losing its brightness and transforming into a black dwarf, remaining in darkness for a long time. The geological heritage of Earth is an immense repository of information about its past, recorded in rocks that, like the pages of a book, tell the story of millions of years of evolution. Each layer of sedimentary, igneous, and metamorphic rocks contains traces of catastrophic events such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and climate changes that shaped the Earth's appearance and its ecosystems. For example, sedimentary rocks formed at the bottom of ancient oceans can contain fossilized remains of marine organisms that lived millions of years ago, providing information about the biological diversity of that time. Volcanic rocks, such as andesite or basalt, can indicate active tectonic processes that occurred on the Earth's surface, and their chemical composition allows scientists to draw conclusions about the composition of the mantle and crust. Using radiocarbon dating and other methods, such as thermoluminescence dating, geologists can determine the age of various layers and establish the temporal framework of geological events. The geological structure of Earth has been formed over billions of years, and each layer we see is the result of the interaction of various processes: sedimentation, metamorphism, erosion, and others. For instance, in some places on Earth, layers formed more than 2 billion years ago can be observed, allowing us to study ancient tectonic processes and climate changes that had no parallels in later times. Every outcrop of rock on the surface, as well as every fossil found within them, can tell us about how life on the planet changed, how organisms survived in the conditions of catastrophes, and how they adapted to changing climatic conditions. Geologists use tools such as stratigraphy to analyze the sequence of layers and reconstruct the history of the Earth's crust. In particular, certain fossils, known as indicator species, help determine the age and environment of these layers. One such example is Foraminifera, small marine organisms that serve as indicators of ancient climatic conditions and can help restore changes in sea level. Thus, the geological heritage is not just a collection of rocks, but a living chronicle of our planet, capable of revealing the secrets of how Earth has developed throughout its history. In this context, every catastrophe, every climate change, and every species' evolution leaves its mark in the rocks, and by studying them, we can gain a deeper understanding of how our planet functions. Remarkably, even phenomena such as meteorite impacts are preserved in the geological record, leaving behind craters and layers of burned rock that serve as reminders of destructive events that altered ecosystems. For example, the impact of a meteorite that occurred approximately 65 million years ago was a catastrophe for dinosaurs and many other species, and the traces of this event can still be found in geological layers such as limestone and clay, which contain high concentrations of iridium, a rare element often found in meteorites. Thus, the geological heritage of Earth is not just a textbook about the past, but a source of knowledge that can help us better understand the future of our planet and predict how various factors, including human activity, may influence its further development. Methods of studying ancient catastrophes are based on various scientific approaches that allow researchers to reconstruct events that occurred millions and even billions of years ago. One such method is isotope analysis, which helps understand the changes that occurred in the atmosphere and ocean. For example, studying the ratio of carbon-12 to carbon-13 in sedimentary rocks can provide insights into climatic changes and the biosphere during specific geological epochs. Scientists such as Dr. James Curtis from the University of California have conducted research showing how fluctuations in carbon isotopes are linked to mass extinctions, such as the dinosaur extinction that occurred around 75 million years ago. Paleontological data collected from excavations also play a key role in studying ancient catastrophes. For instance, fossil finds in layers dated to the Triassic period show how ecosystems adapted to sudden changes in climate and ecology. In the 18th century, Swedish scientist Carl Linnaeus developed a system for classifying living organisms, providing scientists with tools to analyze changes in biological diversity over millions of years. Geophysical research, including seismic tomography and magnetic surveys, allows us to look beneath the Earth's surface and study its structure. For example, studying tectonic plates and their movements helps understand how earthquakes and volcanic eruptions affected climatic conditions. Scientists such as Dr. Laura Daniels from the University of Tennessee apply these methods to study deep sea layers to reconstruct the history of catastrophic events, such as meteorite impacts. With the help of modern technologies, including machine learning data analysis, researchers can process vast amounts of information, revealing patterns that were previously inaccessible. For example, studying sedimentary layers containing microscopic remains of organisms, such as diatoms, provides information about how sea levels and climatic conditions changed. Each of these research directions represents a unique approach to understanding the past of Earth and its ecosystems. A special technique for extracting ice cores from polar ice caps has been developed, allowing the analysis of gas bubbles trapped in the ice, which gives insights into the composition of the ancient atmosphere. For example, research conducted in Antarctica showed that the level of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was significantly lower during ice ages. These data help scientists predict how current climate changes may affect the planet in the future. A clear example of such research is the work of a group of paleoclimatologists led by Dr. Deborah Lieber from the University of Wisconsin, who analyze carbonate deposits to determine how oceans responded to temperature and carbon level changes. Modern analysis methods such as X-ray fluorescence and spectroscopy allow for detailed study of the chemical composition of rocks, revealing traces of catastrophic events. For example, studying samples of sulfides from deep-sea deposits can show how changes in the chemical composition of oceans affected life in the marine environment. Dr. Andrew Bennett used this method to analyze samples from the Mariana Trench to understand the impact of tectonic processes on biosystems. Each of these methods helps scientists piece together information about the events that shaped our planet over millions of years. The study of geological catastrophes offers unique opportunities for understanding contemporary processes and predicting future events. For instance, the analysis of volcanic eruptions, such as the eruption of Krakatoa in 1883, has shown how powerful natural disasters can influence global climate conditions. The study of the aftermath of this eruption, including the global cooling that followed, provides insights into how such events can impact agriculture and ecosystems. Geologists like Dr. Jonathan Mallow from the University of California have conducted detailed analyses of sedimentary rocks formed as a result of this eruption and found that it caused changes in weather patterns over several years. Such research helps us better understand how natural disasters, such as earthquakes and floods, can have long-term impacts on human communities. In 1994, the earthquake in Northridge, California, with a magnitude of 6.7, not only destroyed infrastructure but also resulted in significant economic losses estimated at over $20 billion. Studying such catastrophes allows us not only to assess their immediate effects, but also to prepare for similar events in the future. Scientific research conducted at sites like the San Andreas Fault shows that the accumulation of stress in the Earth's crust can lead to new catastrophic events. For example, data collected using GPS measurements indicate that the fault is moving at a rate of about 5 millimeters per year, which could lead to powerful earthquakes in the next few decades. These factors underscore the importance of a multidisciplinary approach to studying geological processes, including geology, climatology, and sociology. Research conducted under the Catastrophes and Adaptation Program focuses on the relationship between natural disasters and social changes, helping governments develop strategies to minimize losses. For example, in Japan, after the earthquake in Fukushima in 2011, the government implemented new building standards and early warning systems, significantly increasing the safety of the population. Knowledge of geological catastrophes also aids in the development of environmentally friendly technologies for predicting and mitigating the effects of natural disasters. For instance, the use of satellite technology for monitoring landscape changes and advanced machine learning models can predict potential floods and landslides. These achievements demonstrate how the study of the past can serve as a foundation for preparing for future challenges, creating more resilient communities. It is important to note that the history of Earth teaches us humility in the face of natural forces, reminding us that we can control only a small part of what happens. Each geological process, from slow erosion to sudden catastrophes like meteorite impacts, leaves traces that we must study to avoid repeating tragedies. At the same time, knowledge of how our planet has reacted to past catastrophes provides us with tools for adapting to changing conditions and increasing our readiness for future threats. Each new fact, each analysis, and each discovery brings us closer to a safer future where we can not only predict but also effectively respond to natural challenges. In 1998, Indonesia experienced a tsunami caused by a submarine earthquake with a magnitude of 9.1, which claimed the lives of more than 200,000 people. This tragic event was a catalyst for international cooperation in the field of disaster warning and response, leading to the establishment of a global tsunami monitoring network. The study of geological catastrophes throughout Earth's history raises philosophical questions about the fragility of human life and our place in the universe. Natural disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and tsunamis vividly demonstrate the precariousness of our existence on this planet. In 1963, a volcanic eruption on the island of St. Lucia resulted in the deaths of more than 30,000 people and the destruction of numerous settlements. This event prompts us to reflect more deeply on how ordinary life can be disrupted at any moment. Scientific data show that over the past 500 million years, Earth has experienced at least 5 mass extinctions caused by catastrophic events, such as asteroid impacts or rapid climate changes. For instance, around 60 million years ago, an asteroid impact in the area of modern-day Mexico led to the extinction of dinosaurs and paved the way for the dominance of mammals. This underscores the randomness of evolution and progress, as it is precisely these catastrophes that shape new ecosystems and contribute to changes in biological diversity. Philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche noted that the awareness of life's fragility can lead to a re-evaluation of human values and aspirations. A person confronted with the power of planetary forces may begin to see themselves not as the pinnacle of evolution, but as a part of a complex system where every action has its consequences. Scientific research shows that even small changes in ecosystems can have global implications, as evidenced by the climate changes observed in recent decades. This awareness compels us not only to rethink our priorities, but also to modify our approach to life and the environment. We are faced with the necessity of adaptation and change, as the survival of our species depends on our ability to understand and interact with natural processes. The concept of planetary health, proposed by scientists, emphasizes the need for global cooperation to prevent the catastrophic consequences of human activity. It is important to note that despite the need for progress, it is precisely catastrophes that remind us of how easily everything can be destroyed. This awareness can lead to a more conscious attitude towards resources and ecosystems, as each of our decisions can have an impact on the future. Astronomical research shows that Earth is located in the gravitational influence zone of many celestial bodies, making us vulnerable to cosmic catastrophes. For example, in 1999, NASA identified 13 potentially dangerous asteroids that could collide with Earth, highlighting the need for monitoring and protection. Ultimately, understanding catastrophes as an inevitable part of our history changes our perception of the role of humans in the ecosystem and encourages active measures in the field of nature conservation and sustainable development. Changes on Earth accompanied by catastrophic events have always been the driving force of evolution. For instance, the mass extinction that occurred around 65.5 million years ago wiped out nearly 3/4 of all species on the planet, including dinosaurs. This event, caused by an asteroid impact in the region of modern-day Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula, opened the door for the flourishing of mammals, which occupied the ecological niches left vacant by the disappearance of reptiles. Over millions of years, evolutionary changes led to the appearance of primates, the ancestors of humans, highlighting how the destruction of one form of life creates space for new experiments in evolution. Notably, during the Permian-Triassic extinction event, around 250 million years ago, more than 95% of all marine species disappeared, marking one of the most extensive mass extinctions in Earth's history. However, following this event, the Mesozoic era began, which became an evolutionary golden age for reptiles, including dinosaurs and their ancestors. Out of chaos caused by catastrophes, a new order often emerges. For example, the eruption of the Krakatoa volcano in 1883 not only destroyed ecosystems, but also created new soils that later became fertile for the growth of flora and fauna. These processes underscore the continuity and cyclical nature of transformations on the planet, where each catastrophe marks the beginning of a new stage of development. Pay attention to how coral reefs have recovered after global warming events, creating new ecosystems and supporting the lives of numerous marine creatures. An example is the recovery of reefs after the events at the end of the last ice age, when many marine species adapted to new conditions. Thus, catastrophes that bring destruction become sources of renewal and evolutionary breakthroughs, making our planet a living organism that is constantly changing and evolving. At the same time, these transformations remind us that each epoch, even the darkest, ultimately gives birth to something new. When you are ready to delve into the world of dreams, allow yourself to ponder the majestic history of our home in the universe, where the images of ancient catastrophes and rebirths can merge with your own dreams, creating new and wondrous worlds. Earth, like life on it, is a constant process of change where each end becomes the beginning of something new. From time to time, it is worth reflecting on what lies ahead and how we can become part of this endless cycle of renewal.